这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消，
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
啊！
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Spring Split for 2026, where we're kicking off the first of our 2 LCQs, last chance qualifiers, to get more trio teams into those grand finals. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined by Dunkin' Donuts, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through all 6 of these games. 5 Battle Royale, 1 versus matchup to start off the day. How are you doing, Dunk?
I'm doing very well. I slept, not well, but that's usual for me. But we are about to get into LCQ. As you said, this is the last chance qualifiers for all of these teams, for trios, obviously all the solo players as well on the solo days, to make it through into the big one, the big day, the big finals, which will be happening in a couple of weeks. So it's, it's just the first day today, but it's, still gonna mean quite a lot if you're hoping to make it, as every single one of these players, I'm sure they are. This is the first time we've ever been here with having led up to it with the new format. And I wanted to ask you, Moxie, now that we've had almost the whole season played through, the whole split, what do you think of the new format? Do you like it over the last one?
I like it.
Both are good in their own way.
I mean, I love the fact that we have the versus match. I adore the versus match at the start because it forces a lot of teams to have to improve their dueling potential. But before we talk about that, we have to talk about, it's drops. It's shiny drops. We always have shiny drops for our finals. And these are going to be your drops. You've got all new cosmetics that you can get for watching both the solos and the trios last chance qualifiers. These will go on until Sunday, so you have plenty of time to be able to get your hands on these, and also make sure that you're getting your hands on everything else with those stream events as well. So watch with your account linked. But going back to that question, yeah, I love it. The fact that we have the versus matchup means that we can see a lot of dueling, and it's not just one round of it. We get to see it fully carried through. The mirror match at the end of the day, I also really like. Even though we've only seen the hardy, zip comp, it does mean if the mirror match is at the very end of the day, if more teams start picking up different compositions within phase 1, we could see a shift away from that composition in the mirror matchup on that day, as opposed to having to wait to see the whole of the week and everyone then tally up the amount of comps that they played, and that decides the mirror matchup too.
True, they could do something like that for the finals of the stages. Change how the mirror match works, because we weren't really sure when we did the finals last week. We're like, wait, is it mirror match and game mate? What's happening? And yeah, you're right. It's gonna just end up being the same comp. For solos, it's a little bit different. We've had a little bit of, mainly ACOS mirror match at the end of the day. Although we've had a few times where it's been the Jun Huan Li, but I think, yeah, it's hard to even suggest that the mirror match isn't going to be what we already know it's going to be, because the meta, although it shifts, it doesn't shift enough where the first phase pick ends up actually being in question. Like what are we going to pick today?
Unless the patch changes. Unless the patch changes between now and the actual finals itself, and potentially we get Tara coming on through for trios, I think that could potentially shift the first phase matchup coming on out. But we'll have to see if we do jump patch or if we continue on the 16th patch that we've been running for the last few days here at Nbpl. But I'm really excited because we have the LCQs, and obviously that means that we're going to be seeing the likes of FPX, who's been starting to run this Zender composition, as we can have a look and see. It's TE, of course it's TE, the one and only, the most amount of MVPs picked up in trios. Unfortunately for them, an MVP not found after passing the MVP threshold on stage 2's finals, but TXJ is still the absolute GOAT. First for total assists, coming on through with 66, second for average damage with 14.6k, and first with total damage, coming in with a whopping 175,752.
That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage. And what is this one? This one's Valkyrie incarnation. What does that mean? I don't know. But we got some stats for TE's XEM as well. Total kills 47, average kills 3.92, total damage 145,240. That's a lot. That is a lot. I think it's. But the thing is, TXJ, he is truly the one and only, because that's 30,000 difference between him and his teammates. So it says a lot. It says a lot.
It also says a lot that like these two players picking up these achievements are both from TE. Like, yeah, they're just that good as a team. Like, I honestly thought that we were going into that Stage 2 finals, and you and I, we were clocking out Game 3. We were just like, okay, cool, show up, do 3 games, cast, get out early, and no. But they came so close, and the fact that they did come that close, like, really does show the potential of this team. It's just that Murphy's Law kicked in after all of the rest of those games. Like, everything that could have possibly gone wrong did go wrong, but we won't be seeing TE because the way that we've actually like had these LCQs go through is basically the top 4 teams with the highest amount of points in both Stage 1 and Stage 2 automatically went through. Everyone else now have to go through the last chance qualifiers. We're going to have all of the bottom teams basically playing today, with the top 4 teams getting through into round 2 on Sunday, and then the teams ranked 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th in the overall standings will also then be playing on that second round on Sunday. So you can see TE, SR, YCG, Wolves, we won't be seeing any of them play today, just like we won't be seeing GG, XKG, OUG, or WBG, because they'll have to play their LCQ round on Sunday.
Yeah, and taking a look at that scoreline, GG 54 points and Wolves is at 55. So it was close. It was very, very close. Oh no, wait, no. It was still very close, because otherwise they could have been in the top 4. But here, yeah, you're right. I got confused for a second. I was like, wait, what? No, yes, yeah. This is the bottom 8 teams playing today, and as you can see, how Moxie said, on Sunday, on the 3rd, we have those 4 teams waiting for the challenges, for the top 4 that emerge today victorious. So yeah, it's not, the teams today, they're not playing to necessarily win. They're playing to get into top 4 and to not, go home. Nobody wants to go home. They want to make it through, obviously. And here they are. And these are going to be the pre-posed points, I believe. That was something that confused me last time, but I think it is, because I think those the Chinese letters right there next to the 87654321, I think that's the pre-post point, which also then dictates their initial phasing, I believe. But oh no, perhaps not. Regardless, these are our martial art ultimate matchups with Lions and SS1 going head to head. RW, then DRG, then WFG 521. FPX and IG. WFG is such a cool. They got the fire logo. I'm a fireman. It's wild fire gaming.
The Tarka main enjoys the fire logo. Who could have foreseen that? I think that like WFG, fire logo, but unfortunate matchup pull very early on. 5-2-1 with the likes of YZG and TE out of the lobby, I would say are probably the favorites in these teams to be able to go all the way through into the martial arts finals and walk away with the most amount of points, especially given the fact that like they've always had really strong dealing potential. They've always dueled the top teams, even before a lot of the league were like trying to play into the dueling mentality. They were making sure to go into like the 3 versus 3s against the likes of JL last year. So a lot of very good experience working together, and also coming up with some really fun compositions to counterpick the Hardy, Zip, because that's something that we've seen the rise of for the versus matchup, being able to read the composition your opponent comes out on so that you can come out with the counter comp for it.
Yeah, the sort of mini meta bubble within the martial arts ultimate was something that I foresaw when we had this initially, come in, and it's definitely developed as I thought it would throughout the first stage. You've got the counter comping, we've got the when you want to pick the certain comp, you want to take it first, second, third, what have you, and then you're right about the variety and the interesting comps. I remember there was a week where V2 Justina Tessa Karumi was a comp that we saw. It's definitely they're thinking outside the box and trying to.
V1 too has popped up twice. Valda V1 with Tianhai Viper. The true stun wombo to be able to get you good grabs for your Tianhai player. But then, we've also seen some really interesting martial arts versus where there's straight up been 30 seconds of downtime with no team wanting to make the first play because they're on really defensive comps as opposed to aggressive comps that want to be able to take the first turn. So you get an interesting mixed bag of compositions coming on through. And we talked about, FPX trying to run this Zender comp. More teams picked up the Zender with the Yushan composition in the martial arts. It was mostly FPX in a bubble going for that comp in Battle Royale. And then the last week, that comp exploded in popularity. We saw so many teams pick it up in the Battle Royale phasing.
Yeah, I think that's another good thing about the martial arts ultimate is that it's almost like a testing ground for comps. You can kind of test things out a little bit if you're not too bothered about the succeeding. I mean, obviously you want to do well in the martial arts ultimate because you get points for it and everything. But you could potentially try something different out, and based off of a large sample size by playing it over and over again, you can end up thinking, okay, this actually might be good. We might have cooked, and it might actually be a BR comp that is worth playing. But we shall see. And as you were mentioning earlier, 5-1, it's a shame for WFG. You're absolutely right. I mean, 5-1, they used to be, bottom of the barrel on the leaderboard. They used to not be able to actually ladder up all that consistently. But time's gone on, they've improved so much, and as you mentioned, they sparred, they've done 3v3s with TE. They seem to always fight TE as well. In the finals day that we casted previously, they were fighting off spawn, they were fighting in Yang, it was non-stop.
Well, we're getting ready to go into our first versus matchups. We've already talked a little about the comps that we're expecting. We also have to watch out for things like the Viper, Syra, ACOS, which teams might come out with right off of the gates to try to catch the Hardy Eno Zip. And that's then moved a lot of teams into actually not opening with that composition, but putting it into the middle so that if you lose the first round, you've still got that comp to be able to rely on in round 2, as opposed to risking it and not having even the opportunity to play it if you pick it for your third round. As Alliance versus SS1 will be the teams that we're starting off with. For weapons, flying knives, very much flying knives. One person will pick up flying knives and drop it to the rest of the players. We also saw the rise of double spear coming back into play, especially if you have a Justina or a Viper in the mix, being able to capitalize off of those stuns. And already we can see, we're dropping all of our weapons. There's the spear coming on through, and indeed Alliance and SS1 both opening up with the Tianhai Temi Zender comp. We're going to have Rushui go for an instant transformation into that Tianhai state. Temiel's been dropped as well, trying to block out some of these players' line of sight so that they can't get grabbed. But SS1's already been able to find one, which means that Alliance now has to try and stun out this Tianhai to prevent the grab slam from coming on through. Zender ult is coming out as well, which means so much damage. Yuma is so very low. Good grab onto Mian into an attempted follow-up from the Zender F2 to extend the scoop CC. But the Tianhai ult ends, and all of the players are still alive, so now you're just relying on spear and flying knife damage from range.
And it looks like Alliance are able to push their advantage. It looked a little bit even, but it was quite. They ended up coming into this sort of more neutral fight afterwards with that little bit extra health, the parries, everything, the follow-up coming through, and they're able to slowly but surely finish them off. Now going into the second round. SS1 on the zipping Hardy Enor, along with Alliance. No surprises. He said that, yeah, put it on your second comp. It's you know, I think when it comes to a best of 3, you know, you can take a little bit of a risk with your first comp, and then you always want your best one, most consistent, to be your second comp, just so if you do lose the first round, you have a better chance at not, you know, losing the best of 3. But here we go, the Enors have ascended into lightning form, Yuma, and his counterpart hopping around, doing the comp, not able to execute it though, getting interrupted by Luo. Yeah, Yuman hopping away, trying to distance himself a little bit. He's taking a bit more damage than the opposing Enor. The Hardy Ultra are coming into play. Yuma, very low health, but has almost full armor. And now we're going to a more neutral fight. Less ultimates and more weapon-based fighting.
Oh, Yuma's almost down all that purple armor. Zipport's still going to be in play, as well as all of the pressure was really coming down onto the Enos, as opposed to the Zip. Cube still going to be up from that Hardy. Also, Yuma's able to reposition Fist Blades. No flying knives or spear currently. Looking for the Eno F to open up the space and get some of the stagger potential on these players from SS1. Big parry, converting now the 2 versus 1 damage as Yuma sends out the LMB, threatens the RMB. Great Dragon Slayers though coming on through from both Mian and Fu at the same time, leading to double gold frame scoops, wheeling through Alliance's teams and not allowing them to be able to cover their players. Yuma's all out of armor, about to be out of health. Sets up the F, finds the opening onto Luye off of the back of it, but that means that he's not there to be able to peel his teammates, and Luye actually is able to come through with another Eno ult. The Eno ult being built up before a Hardy or a Zip ult's huge!
That is massive. Luye is just going to run through them. The enemy Hardy ult is going to be coming through once again, but there's not all that much he can do, I don't think. Being a 1 versus 3, he's just sort of flying around, but they're just going to capture the Book. There's, yeah, pixel of health. I respect it. I mean, he's trying. And he's still going. But, you know, I think it's a bit cooked. I think it's a
Yeah, so we now go to round 3, which means likely going to be Viper mirror match, or no? No one runs the Viper? No Viper, no Akos, no Syra.
That is odd. Quite surprising. Well,
I mean, the Justina Kurumi Tessa has made a return. Alliance running the Justina Shenhuan Yushan, but I'm very surprised to see a lack of Viper.
Yeah, perhaps it's just these two teams. They don't fancy it. They don't want to run the Viper, and instead we'll see other teams pick it up. I mean, if we don't see any Viper at all, that would be, you know, crazy.
That would be insane.
That would, yeah. I don't see that happening, to be honest. But yeah, this is the comp I mentioned earlier. It's funny that we actually see it here, tethered up, the Justina running around trying to make something happen, and actually doing really, really well. Yuma forced to dash away, trying to target swap. Kurumi forced to use the ultimate here. We're not going to see the ice circle come out this time, unfortunately, as we don't have the V2 available on the Justina. But this is going to be a drawn-out fight, for sure, just because that's the entire purpose of this comp.
Yeah, and I mean, then the Justina gets the second cast of the V2, right? Since you don't have to have your full ultimate to be able to use one of those sword dashes. Luya is going low. Mian tries to peel with the Dragon Slayers, gets the Tessa ultimate off, but goes down before it can actually activate and set up for Yuma to get enchanted for the 3-second window. Mian's going for a little bit of a ride, taken out before the combo break, or the ultimate can come through, and this is just Alliance cleaning house. They'll be able to take the win 2 versus 1, and okay, there we go. Return to form, and oh dear gee, they risked it all. They open up with the Hardy Eno Zip, and RW catch them with the counter comp. Viper, Syra, Akos. It's Stun Dazzle time. It's Akos Cage time. It's Viper V1 time. So for DRG, they do not want to let their Hardy get caught by all of that CC.
No, definitely not. You want to have, you want to be able to actually use your ultimate. I mean, you really want to be able to actually play the game, because that's what this comp does. It prevents you from playing the game. And it looks like we're going for the early Hardy ultimate, trying trying to just get value out of it before all of those CC shenanigans come through a little bit later on in the fight. But oh my goodness, that's a very low ACOS. ACOS losing all of the armor. We might see an armor swap come through here if they can't get the heal off, but they are going to be able to. Healing twice. Going back for a reset. Hardy ultimate is used.
Oh,
but
no.
Here we go, the wombo. Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is going to be so risky! They don't have the Hardy ult anymore. You're relying on your Zip to be able to sustain you through. You've also got MY on the Eno ult, trying to just like peel the team. Being able to iframe through the Viper V1 stun, but now you also have to contest with the Cyrus stun Dazzle on the V2, which will allow both RW to stabilize their sustain, but also turn the aggression onto DRG's players. So Kakashi gets hit by the Cyra ult. Crucially, Dongqing on the Zip does not, which means that you're able to provide the F. And now MY, still having that Eno F up, is going to be able to turn the tables onto AB, chasing him down on the pillar, committing in with the focus strike hit coming on through from those flying knives before any peel can come through. And DRG players up just have to finish off the Cyra here.
Oh, well, it looks like it worked out for DRG. They risked it, and it actually succeeded. They managed to not go down to the comp of death, the comp of fun and interactive counterplay.
Dunk,
but
that's a Matari.
Wait, you're right, Matari. What?
Are we going for 2 F casts on our Zender?
That would be... Well, I mean, maybe, but for now, it looks as though we're opening up with the Zender ultimate, using the F in the air, not able to find it, and then just instantly popping ultimate. Eno ult to respond. The Hardy is going to grief his own Eno. Thanks, buddy. Kakashi is very happy about that one. He's just going to continue to hop, skip around the arena, trying his best to catch one of them, maybe 2. The firewall does get dropped down. Kakashi finds the space to heal. Parry comes through, but no significant follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, you've still got your Shenhuan Li ultimate. At least to be able to continue the damage, and parried on the Dragon Slayer off of Youth with the spear, which means that you actually get the scoop instead. One player's been identified as isolated. Kakashi's still trying to find these Dragon Slayer openings as MY now goes low, is potentially going to get taken down. It's a race in the 2 versus 1 situation, but one team still has a Zip, which means that the F comes through and prevents the elimination. Kakashi sends out the Zender F to be able to try and set up onto RW's players, but there's just too much peel. DRG don't have the follow-up, and RW are able to win past that Matari Zender comp. I wonder if they rolled the dice and tried to get the Matari to counter the Viper comp.
Maybe, possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but it would actually make sense if the Zender's ult F is also given another charge by the Matari ult usage. I think that might be another synergy that can happen there, but I'm not 100% sure. We haven't seen this comp. Perhaps we'll see it a little bit later on, who knows? But for now, we've got the monks battling it out, boxing in the arena. Stop! And this kickbox, oh my god, it's MMA! Oh my goodness, he's out of the... He's very low. Forced the D-transform into the double grab. Kablam! And that's 2 dead.
Yeah, Kakashi just wins out the Tianhai trade. Like, AV gets so low, has to drop the transformation, isn't able to stun Kakashi out of going for an early slam. Then he gets hit by the Furin shoves from the Takeda to get stalled out of movement into the double grab scoop. And off of the back of that, it's going to be them moving forward. Now we come to the team that we've talked about the most in terms of this martial arts matchup. When TE, YZG, the big boys aren't here, 5-1 tend to be the one coming up in pole position. And they'll be going in right off of the gates, actually, with the Hardy Eno Zip. No trying to play it safe and use it in the second phase instead. It's going straight for the throw as Zhao Wang goes straight into Vajra State. Has the Kurumi to have a little bit of this damage reduction coming on through before it gets passed over to the Takeda instead. Enarl's putting pressure on the Takeda instead of the Tianhai at the moment, which is why we've had to transfer that Tether's target. But at the moment, like, all this is WFG having to not really get to do anything, and 5-2-1's players waiting for the Tianhai ultimate to be done. by hiding behind the pillars and relying on their Eno to zone the space for them. Now we have to worry about the Furin shoves, but you've got a Hardy ult still in play to be able to try and disrupt WFG's positions.
They do, and the Monk is getting vulnerable. Oh no, he throws the focus into the parry. His teammate got parried first, forcing out the Karumi ultimate now. They are at a bit of a disadvantage in terms of sustain, with Karumi ultimate being used now. The enemy with the zipping ultimate is going to be able to out-sustain a little bit, but it doesn't mean it's over just yet. Takeda getting a little bit of a combo, a little bit of chip, not all that much effective damage. Pampy getting healed up constantly by the zipping ultimate is going to be ending rather soon though. Parry comes through from the Karumi, not going to get to connect it unfortunately. And now we're all actually, I was about to say we're all reasonably equal health, but no, that's a very low Monk, and he goes down. Zhao Wen eliminated, and Fat Milk popping the ultimate, pulling the trigger on the Eno is going to be able to close out this fight. Second rotation of Eno ultimates. Well, that's happened twice now.
Twice. No fire tick damage as well. Oh, WFG are running it too. Okay, well, we'll have to see if we do get a fourth cast of the Zenda arrow charge on the ultimate with the use of the Matari. We'll play Sesame Street. We'll count the arrow releases. As 521 not going to be opening up with any ults at the moment. Everyone's just very much going up into the sky. We do have the Zenda ult coming on through, which means that Dunk will have to start counting right about now as everyone from WFG counts down the 8 seconds timer for the Syra ult to end. They're all going to be caught in the Acres cage though. The stun dazzle will be present, and this now means that 521 can potentially find a lockdown onto Mist. No kills off of the back of it as we get the Viper V1 now coming on out. Akame's gone down though before WFG just hide from the Viper's V1 stun. And now 521 back foot, missing one of their players. Syra ult not there to stabilize the team. Pampy low commits the LMV, chipping away Mist once, twice into the F. Unfortunately for him though, he's just not able to find the follow through damage as the peel, the Zenda F2 into the Dragon Slayers when you can't parry it, and WFG come out ahead.
They do. I think it might have been Moxie. It was a bit hard to see, but there's a lot of dazzly light, the Syra and everything. I wasn't sure if we were actually gonna, if he was gonna be able to even use his ultimate, because he almost went down straight off the bat. But I think there were forecasts of it. I'm not 100% sure, but perhaps we'll see it again. Who knows? For now though, we've got the 5-1 Takeda Tianhai Karumi composition up against the disengaged comp, and this is usually what we see with this happen. We saw it in the previous round. Monk and Eno trade ultimates, and then they sort of play, they just play defense on the side. Eno tries to do a little bit, see if he can do anything, and then they just wait out the ults, trade them out. But is it going to which side is it going to go for? Which team is going to benefit most from this? Akame having to pop the ultimate, Hardy coming in, the defense buff is running out. Akame going to be taking full damage. They're trying to stabilize, they're trying to do something, but Akame struggling to get value out of the Cicada ultimate as Hardy's not coming in range at the timings where he actually has the Furin Blast.
And we're still holding on to the Zip ult too. Fat Milk is forced into using the Kurumis. You've got one more recast, which is why 521 are getting aggressive, wanting to be able to use it in WFG space. But Zhao Wen just gets to pop Zip ultimate and now does not get secured into any one static position to gain value from it, which is one of the advantages that Zip has always had around Karumi. Akame with the flying knives, trying to find an opening for his team, playing on the outsides, but he's being marked by Shuan, who's not allowing him that freedom of space, forcing the Takeda back out away from the fight. Oh, the 1-2 from the spear into the parry, which means Dragon Slayer's gold frame follow-up, and they have no opportunity to be able to turn that one around. Mist again finds a parry with the spear. We get another parry coming out onto Shuan, but WFG still have players all looking for different roles within the fight, so even though one person gets parried, the rest are able to cover for the team. And 5-1, despite being the favorites, I think, in both of our eyes, get knocked out of the martial arts tournament within the first round.
Yeah, I definitely surprising. I expect them to at least make it to the next one, but well, everyone can have an off day. Perhaps they were thrown off by their opponent's play style. You know, they definitely scrim and 3v3 against TE a lot, and once you get used to a certain level of play, if certain things don't end up happening, it can really disrupt your strategy in the way that you are looking at the fight and positioning. So it's, it happens. But for now, we're with FPX and IG. FPX on the Hardy composition up against IG's, fun and interactive CC comp. And oh my goodness, he's stuck in the cage. He's trying his best to get out, but he cannot escape. He's gonna transform into ultimate, but yeah, this.
Stun dazzle, Viper v1 stun. It's over. You know what? It's over.
It is over.
Very accurate name tag there for that situation, as it is over, and with the zip down as well, I think it might be over for FPX's current round, as IG will be able to take it, and FPX, yeah, like I said, this Zender comp is becoming more and more common, but FPX, they run a slightly different variant to it. They run Shayol Temi alongside it, which I absolutely adore. It gives you so much more damage and defensive capabilities, as Over is going to be the player that we follow along with. No Matari here, so no additional casts of the F, both in Ultimate or outside of it. Still looking for an opportunity. The F2 is going to be up present. Can you find someone to scoop? Nope. Scoop denied. Now you're relying on just burst damage from your ultimate instead. FPX already forced into utilizing that Shayol ult, having to now come on through with the Zend as well, trying to capitalize off of Temi, trying to lock everyone's position down. But the Zend is just being fully covered by that Enor ultimate. IG doing everything that they can to make sure that Over just cannot find an opening. They've still lost one though. The Zip gets taken down. That Zender ult just melts through that health, even with the Zip ultimate up. And now FPX should just try to find the finish up. XXL goes down. 1 versus 3 situation. This should just be cleanup.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought that the Tumulk was a bit, a little bit too early there, because we knew that the cube was up and available, and I think they just mistimed it slightly. I think that could have gone even better for them. I mean, they may have had a good start. Something may have gone wrong for opposing team there, but I think that was actually pretty good. The Shayol ult early tries to create some pressure with the ult. We've all seen the jump LMB Shayols who just can't do anything about them. But yeah, definitely interesting comp. I hope to see a little bit more of that one. But for now, we've got the third round within this matchup. We've got the Zender ultimate from IG being popped very, very early. The Farrier mech is down and ready to go. The Syra, the ACOS, everything is being sent. And it looks as though FPX might close this out, because one of them's already gone down.
Yeah, Han gets taken out before XXL can try to get cannon shots off from the mech to be able to peel him. Now, FPX do have to play wisely around the cannon pressure, as you can see both Water and Over going very, very low. Jump LMBs from double spear setups. Farrier mech's about to be done. XX move's going to be vulnerable once you've fallen off of the mech too. You're not in a position to be able to catch your teammate, which means 1 versus 3 situation. Big parry coming on out, and FPX close out the matchup. Interesting to see this amount of Zender in all of the compositions, and honestly, not as much Viper as we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to the Zender F2. It's very, very good. If you manage to catch one person, it's like a Tumulk Wisp that just pulls them towards you. So it's very, very strong. And the cooldown is insanely short. I still feel as though she ends up, like, her ult ends up not getting all that much value unless you have, a monk grab.
I think it's good into Zip as well, though, since it has fire tick, right? So you can just like
only the ult reactivation.
You can just hide within and try and put more pressure on the Zip sustainability factor. As we currently have yet again this standoff, although WFG are going to be standing up against both the Uno ult, but also that Hardy ult. So Xiuan's going to be able to come through with the Takeda shoves now and not have all that much pressure actually put onto him. It's just the lasting frames of this Uno ult, and you still have 2 Furin shoves that DRG are not going to really be able to stop.
No, they seem to be pretty comfy in this fight, although, as I say, that parry comes through. He jumps in to try and save his teammate somehow, but ends up taking all the damage. No! We cast them. Oh, it's not over just yet.
But I had F1 too! Oh, no. He uses the combo break. The Takeda does not need to try to step in to take it. Which means that DRG just, plays a stable MY when he goes low, spacing out of the fight when he's vulnerable by utilizing the Hardy cube. And DRG, like, it looked like it was going to be a rough situation, given the fact that the Hardy ult was not there to intercept the Takeda. But they pull through despite all of that and come out with the lead, and we get to see Zenda Matari Shen Huanli mirror match. Only in martial arts would you find me saying those 3 heroes within one team comp.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, well, we get to see the mirror match. What are we opening up with? Doesn't look like any ultimates are going to be used just yet. We've got the F2 sent out. Oh, actually, as I say that, WFG looks as though they used the Junhuan ult very early, and now Zenda and Matari ult going to be used simultaneously for DRG. Wait, all 3 ults. Wait, we're just everyone's just pressing their buttons. Oh my goodness! Wait, that's a lot of pew.
Yeah, it's damage. That's what it is. It's so much damage. If you can focus all of that damage down on one specific person, or the F2 as well, picking up Zhao Wen. They've lost Dongqing though, so no Matari, no third player to be able to try and intercept, which means that Kakaishi gets put into a 1 versus 3 situation. Zhao Wen tries to go for the drop down scale rush Dragon Slayers, and we now get the pressure being put onto MY, and WFG 2-0 versus DRG to advance, or rather actually 1-1, tie it up. Now we have this last matchup. Disengagement comp versus Takeda, Tianhai, Kurumi. Yet again, it feels like we're just going to open up with like 10 seconds of Transformer versus Transformer to zone, and then the true fight truly starts.
Yep, there you have it. Kakaishi is going to be popping ultimate right off the rip. But wait a second. Oh no. Oh, it's gone horribly wrong. He's dead.
No. He's dead.
No. Why
no Eno.
Oh no.
No Eno ult. And then he gets another grab onto miss and the double into Zhao Wen. That's just style points. 3, 2, 1, double grab. Slam, Hardy cube at least in play so that Zhao Wen lives, but missed his low, gets taken down, and now this is just cleanup with the Takeda Furin shoves locking the zip into position. No Hardy cube to be able to escape, and DRG close out the match to be able to advance forward.
They just, oh my god, that should never happen. I have
yeah.
That's not good. But anyway, we move on. Alliance versus FPX. This is what's supposed to happen. The Eno ult is supposed to happen to match the Tianhai. But wait a second, the Alliance have the Tumulk and the Zenda here. So we open up with both Tianhai and Tumulk ultimates, forcing the Hardy and Eno. And then it's going to end up being a Zenda versus Zipping. Who
Zenda's
can sustain? Who can do something?
Zenda used. Zenda's currently using. She used it when Rouge Hui was actually still in Tianhai form. Because if you get a grab and you like hold that player in position, and they eat the Zenda ult damage, yeah, it's really fatal. But unfortunately for Alliance, they're currently down 1. They're trying to just equal the score with Zenda F2 into Dragon Slayer setup, but FPX, with too many players, too many flying knives, too many angles, deny the setup and will be able to lead now the series as we get the Zenda Shayol Temu that we've seen previously. And the last time FPX played this line, we did get to see it was a very aggressive first ult line. coming on through from Kiki on the Shayol to try and force space away from their opponents. See if they go for the same. As over at the moment, still holding on to both the Zender F2 and the ultimate. We do have the Shayol as the opening line, trying to put pressure on this Hardy ultimate. Cube being forced. Uno ult at the same time too. Water and Kiki both holding their ultimates and waiting for all of these to be done before they start trying to cocoon Alliance into one specific space and have all of the damage to force the Zip ultimate and burst through.
Actually, very surprised that FPX, they managed to force 2 ults with just one, with just the Shayol. But that being said, Tumult going pretty low now. Might be turnable. The sustain from the zipping is very significant here. Focus attack goes through. I think that was an armor sword from FPX trying to keep Water alive. Oh no, he goes down. Oh my goodness, it's been the turns have tabled. That's kind of insane. I'm very surprised. FPX had an amazing start, forced 2 ults with just Shayol, and then the Tumult Zender not able to find enough value to actually close it out, actually finish them off.
Zip sustain.
Yep.
Zip sustain in a nutshell. Get a player low, zip F. It's really hard to be able to capitalize, and then once you've burned all of your ults too, both the Temi and the Zender ultimate, your damage sort of falls off a cliff in terms of that department if you can't find that Zender F2 opening. Water comes on through. Wow, this is very aggressive from FPX. They're using literally everything. We get the cage, we get the Siren, we get the Viper V1. FPX, they lose like one person to slight CC coming on through from the Justina dash, but they locked up Alliance's Yusham before the ultimate could go through.
There's nothing he can do. Win condition achieved. Don't let them play the game. FPX gonna close it out 2-1. And now we move into the final martial artist ultimate round. Moxie, FPX versus DRG. And it is the Hardy Enor zipping comp to open up. We've been here before. It's full circle. Okay, we're just using this comp first. It looks like. Well, the teams that chose to do that have succeeded. So perhaps that was the play all along. But we're opening up with the Hardy ultimates instead of the Enor to start this fight. Hardy's trying to make something happen. The cube is placed. Enor on the side and heal up that little bit of damage that they've taken. Cubes are going to be used. Over now trying to find a way in. Trying to catch the zipping. Slipping. Dong Q9 running away. Makes it over the pillar. We're just using the Q for funsies. Popping the Enor ultimate. And now it's time to roar. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, the zip.
Gonna have fun.
Oh, don't
it again though.
Yeah. I mean, you've still got the lockdown on the zip, especially with Kiki just being able to play off of the stagger setup from the Enor with the flying knives follow through, but you still haven't been able to actually get the kill on the support. And Wishby, what is actually going low? Forced into using base combo breaker on the Hardy. Goes even lower now. Kakaishi's in a similar situation. You can see FPX changing their target selection to be able to go for the lower player. Actually turns it onto DRG instead. Flying Knives committed now onto Dongqing. Zip has to use the F to self-sustain. Throws out the RMB, but we've got Water having another Hardy ultimate, so they can secure this kill onto the Zip in the 2 versus 1 situation. And FPX lead the finals. Now we get to see, I'm so excited to see how this plays out, Dunk. It's the Zender, but it's not the mirror match. It's the Zender with the Matari Shanhuan versus the Zender with the Sheol Temi. Who wins in this matchup? We get to find out.
Let's get it. Oh, over goes to the sky. Dropping down, not going to be popping ult. We've seen a Sheol ult first from this comp plenty of times. It looks as though we are going to see that. Exactly the same thing happening, but with Tumult ult, and then immediately popping the Zender ult. When we get that CC, we get the shield throw. We're trying to burst them down, but oh, do we find it? Wait a second.
Dongqing,
1 HP. He goes down. He can't get out of there. The Zenda to Malkshayol is superior, ladies and gentlemen. There you have.
Well, Kiki gets an armor swap coming on through because he goes low. Over gets caught out by the F2. Loses his armor. Water's down. This is a 2 versus 1 situation. Winnable for both sides here. Kiki's actually going really, really low. Mai's trying to come through with the follow through. Kakaishi with the Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz is able to come out with the grab onto Kiki, finishing him up with the Shenhuan F. And DRG actually turn the tables.
The curse of the caster curse. Oh my goodness. Every time.
You called it too early.
Every time. Ay, ay, ay. Auto Dodger succeeds. Junhuan wins it out. But here, into the third round of the final round of the rounds in the round. We're in the round. Kakaishi not going to be popping his ultimate just yet. Instead, we're seeing the Takeda ultimate get used first. Mai trying to facilitate some form of damage. Syra ultimate is going to get used along with the Akos cage. Kakaishi's locked up. He can't get out of it. Let me go. Syra ult comes through. Oh my goodness.
Wait, the Viper V1? Did I catch it before he can ult?
Yep. No ult.
Oh,
but the Kurumi
no
circle's
ult.
doing work.
The Kurumi circle so he lives. This means that they're out of ults as well for when the Tianhai ultimate comes through. This is really dangerous. And Mike does go down, and now it all comes down to Kakaishi. Can he find the double? He gets 1, he gets 2, holds them long enough for the Flying Knives verticality to get them low enough, and then gets the scoop onto water, and just holds him for the Flying Knives to get him low, and then catch him in the air. And oh my goodness, Tianhai clutches it up.
That's not allowed, guys. That can't. You can't get monk grabbed uncontested. It's not okay. It's fine for your teammate to get grabbed because he's got somebody throwing knives at him, but you can't get grabbed as well. Oh no, that's not what you want to see.
Slight fumble on positioning there with no one in position behind pillar for when the Tianhai ult actually comes through. I guess like they thought when they were able to come through with that amount of CC with the Viper V1 stunning him before he can actually like get out of the CC chain to use his ult to iframe cancel the V1's hit. They were like, we've got the kill! We've got the kill! Everyone all in! Everyone greed! 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 And then Kurumi ultimate's just keeping him alive the whole time. They're not able to find the kill, and all of a sudden, when the Tianhai pops up as the Vajra, everyone is suddenly in a very bad position and is not able to escape. But like you said, that should not be happening.
No, it really shouldn't. No, it should not. Yeah, it happens, you know. It shouldn't happen, but it happens. It's okay. It's all right. They still got a few points. They still got 4. So, you know, not the end of the world, I suppose. But here, ladies and gentlemen, it is time once again for the answer for treasures. You know the drill. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your hands your answer. This is what your hands in the chat. My bad. The question is, which team did not take part in today's match? Was it A, XKG, B, RW, C, IG, or D, SS1? Get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly. Added in the chat so you can claim your prize. Have your account ID ready to go. But yeah, Moxie, there you go. Zenda comps all over the field, everywhere. Which one was your favorite?
I mean, honestly, I'm hoping that the Matari one actually crosses into Battle Royale because, I'm going to say this now, super smug, I called Matari coming back! Yeah. With the Vipers. I was like, if we actually like see more and more Vipers coming into play with teams running triple Vipers and letting her through into the face selection, do we actually see Matari return back? Now, I don't think you could play the Xiphon comp because unfortunately Zai's is not in a good position currently in comparison to what she used to be. But with Zenda seeing more and more play, we're really like getting to see how much damage that she can do, and then Matari being able to use the ult to just avoid the Viper's catch entirely. Because now you go into Realm of Yang, you have to worry about actually going up against a Viper team. The past, it was like the Viper teams couldn't go into Realm of Yang because they were played with Wu Chen. And you didn't want to take a Wu Chen team into Realm of Yang because where are you going to portal? You're not going to be able to portal disengage. You'll just portal to the other side of the Yang, and the team will just be there to be able to catch you. So those comps were actually more for third partying and sort of vulture scavenging the rest of the map when everyone goes low or has Yang depletion. But now, Viper is a threat both out of the Yang portal and within it. As we can see that DRG come out with the win. Huge clutch from their Tianhai, like I said. The fact that you get a double grab, we'll see it in the highlights too. You can see their faces as well when the camera cuts to them. They're like, wow, we actually got away with that.
Not bad, not bad. He's just built different. He's got the hands throwing them out. It totally wasn't that the enemy just full trolled it. He definitely just aimed it extra good. Anyway, here are our standings. Yes, there are pre-post points. I was right. There they are. The pre-post points coming into play. RW had the most, but they are going to go down to second place because they didn't get a point in the first game in the Martial Arts Ultimate. So first place is going to be held currently by DRG, having won the Martial Artist and also having 6 pre-post points. So a good start for DRG today. And here we go, the highlights from the Martial Artist Ultimate. Yeah, this grab was huge. From Kakaishi, got this grab on the Enor, when the Enor just decided not to ult for some reason.
Yeah. No, he got stunned as well, actually. We got to see that in the highlights. I believe he got stunned by a stray flying knife hit.
Yeah, but he should have ulted.
Oh yeah, no, he should have ulted before. And then, catching the Hardy Cube as well. Like, Kakaishi truly MVP, I think, for me. Being able to let the team through with so many good Tianhai ults. Here, sending out the LNB on the spear, clanking, getting hit into the combo, but getting peeled by his teammate with the Shenhong Li. Utility coming through, big parry from the spear into the gold frame scoop, so you can't try and peel your teammate. Again, just full sending the LNB into the grapple stun. And yeah, he really does just look this good. As I believe this was the finals. This was the Tianhai. We got one person here off of the flying knives stun coming through, and then the Syra tries to space out of the fight behind the pillar with the F, and he catches him before he can make it behind the pillar into the Viper grab, holds long enough for the flying knives to come through, gets them to a quarter, catches them with the flying knives before they hit the ground, and like I said, they're like, woo! We won!
Nice!
We were able to clutch it! Tianhai up for the win! Yeah! Or something like that.
yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, I heard a nice one, and that was about it. But yeah, the joy, the just sort of glee, you're like, ha, yeah, we got away with it. Let's go. But Kakashi, you're right. Yeah, I feel like he should be MVP because he got a lot of really impactful grabs. I mean, hey, they might have trolled a little bit by not pressing their buttons and not dodging. But he was still, able to do it. Better players get lucky more often is usually the case. But is it luck at that point? Who knows? But that was our Martial Artist Ultimate, and we're going to be going into our first Battle Royale game relatively soon. And I reckon it's we're going to be going back to the sort of more norm, I think, is most likely going to be Hardy, Enor, Zipping in phase 1 still, because I don't think we haven't shifted patches from last week.
No,
it hasn't changed just yet. So yeah, the Enor and Zipping are still in their strong state. They are getting nerfed. They got nerfed with the patch that just came through with the live.
Yes,
only by a little bit, but still, they are still in peak form.
Yes, and we're going to be probably seeing a lot of very early aggressive hits as well coming through, since we're going to be going Midoriya, we're going to have Fireflies as well. I just really want to see the other compositions come through, because like we said, we've seen Zenda come through, we've seen FPX play it with the Shayol. Not a lot of other teams like to play it with the Shayol accompaniment. That's very much an FPX thing, which means it's very easy to identify which Zenda team that you are taking on. The rest of the teams like to pair her alongside things like Yushan, sometimes with Temi as well, and we get to see some really like fun stuff there. Being able to have so much high damage output and lockdown capabilities. But I think the biggest question for me is, do we actually see some of those like Matari comps cross from the martial arts into Battle Royale? Because you can sort of get away with it in the martial arts tournament, since you're opening with all of your ultimates already there. You don't have to worry about another team rolling up and third partying into you. How strong is the Matari going to be in terms of giving that comp Battle Royale capabilities? Realm of Yang, sure, is probably going to be quite strong, but in the actual Battle Royale aspect of the match, I think it would be more beneficial for the comp to have a hero who has a little bit more team-wide utility to stopping third-party plays, as opposed to giving you an ultimate, which you then have to then use alongside that Zenda ult to all in and have more damage to break the threshold of sustain.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Matari has really been all that meta. She can work, obviously, you know, in the right games, you play yourselves, definitely can work, but it's just even as a Viper counter, you know, it still can be kind of difficult. I feel like although Yushan is still, you know, a thing, the Viper counter idea has become less about using something like a Matario or the Yushan anti-CC ult, and it's more about just timing transformations and certain things like that, because players and teams have gotten so good at preventing you from getting to use that one thing that you have that'll save everyone, and instead it's now, I feel like it's gone more towards trading. You know, you're going to just allow someone to get stunned and then make sure that the other two aren't, and then try and work around it. Because, I mean, the trouble with Yushan, for example, is that Viper still played with Syra, and the Yushan B2, even though they're still using it, it doesn't protect you from Syra ult. So, yeah, which is very odd, in my opinion, but still, it's how it works.
It's called Powerful Dazzle for a reason. I would assume that means
that's just
that
an arbitrary name given to it. Doesn't mean. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think that's one of the reasons why Matari is not really played. She was played a little bit towards the end of last year. We saw her get played with Yushan and Enor. There was Matari, Yushan, Enor comp where they just
the Impale.
With Impale, and then they tried to get double Impale and then double Enor F, and then
I would love to see that comp come back. I was talking to Raven about this last week. I was like, of all of the comps, if Viper is coming back into the meta and that brings Matari back into play, I would really like to see the Skewer comp come back.
I mean, it's hard to bring it back, though. It's hard to justify playing it, just simply because the Enor goes best with the Hardy zipping at the moment, and then the Yushan goes best with, you know, Justina Junhuan. So it's hard to really like take two characters from two different comps that are already well established and put it into a, you know, slightly memey kind of cheesy comp where you're just impaling people.
I'd like to see it. That doesn't mean that it's the best, most viral.
It's the same way that I'd like to see Taka. Exactly. Exactly.
True. We're yet to see like if teams will meme and hover Taka for half a second if they've caught wind of you casting today.
Or just play it, you know? Just send it. Yeah. We'll see.
I feel like now, like, one, if you have a strange new comp, you don't want to reveal it before finals, since there's downtime between LCQs and finals. And two, for a lot of the teams, especially those who did not do well in the martial arts tournament, you want to get points on the board and go for the most, like, consistent comps that you can.
Absolutely.
Because no one wants to end the day in bottom 4, but also be in a position where they get to the second half of the day in the bottom 4 and have to then push much more aggressively, which then opens them up to be called out on that aggression.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the bottom 4 as the series starts to close out. You want to have a good start to the day so that you don't have to panic as the series comes to a close. But we'll see. For the moment, DRG and RW definitely sitting comfortably as they're the first two on the leaderboard there. But here are our phasings. Our phasings are not linked to the pre-post points. I thought they might be. I don't know. Anyway, Alliance and SS1. Yeah. I mean,
do they get the Zender comp, do you think? Or do you think with how popular it's become, people lock it out of the phases before it reaches them?
I don't know. I feel like we'll definitely see the Hardy Eno zip, and then I think it'd probably still be a Viper comp in second phase, most likely, and we might see the triple comp thing happen though. We might see one team in second phase pick Viper, and then the other pick something else.
The good thing is WBG is not playing today, which means that we won't have them disrupting the phase lockouts. Wait.
Moxie.
This is new. Okay, SS1 opening up the option of having free zip comps.
What?
The Hardino.
What?
Temi, Tianhai, Zender within first phase. Yeah, RW are like, wait, this comp's open? We can play this? DRG also probably having a similar reaction. Which now means that we have top-heavy Eno comp running around the place.
Okay, then. SS1 with the yak factor. Gotta love it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. And now, going into third phase, we've only got the Hardy. I mean, to be honest, third phase don't really know what got picked before. They don't know what happened, but hey.
Viper comp? Yeah. Well, at least Viper gets phased out.
True.
But, ooh, WFG go for Justina in place of ACOS. But Viper and Syra are still phased out fully. Which now means FPX, do they go for the Xander comp here? I feel like they would go for the Xander Shayol, right? Will we have 3 Xanders running around?
I mean, I think the Yushan Justina, Yushan Justina Junhuan comp is still very good. IG
yeah, that's IG.
Hey.
FX are doing it. That's the show.
There we go. Okay. A little bit of variety, a little bit of spice to start things off for the Immortal War games. Interesting. Zender, Shayol, Tamulk, Junhuan, Yushan, Justina. We got more than one Zender in the game. More than
and we
one.
have 1 Tianhai.
And 3 Eno Hardy Zippings.
And 2 Vipers. That Tianhai team is not going to have a fun time.
No.
I feel like it's like really good front heavy damage loaded comp, right? But at the same time, how do you deal with the third parties? I think that's my main concern, because in the martial arts, it's good because in Realm of Yang, there's limited amounts of space that things like the Hardy Eno Zip comp can disengage to. In Battle Royale, locking those players down is going to be much harder. There's going to be more terrain to be able to grief the line of sight of the Tianhai's hands. And then you also have to worry about other teams rolling up and third-partying you. What I feel like it would be good for, though, is controlling Spirit well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it definitely, if they play around avoiding multi-way fights, with the lobby size being smaller, it happens a little less. There are more instances where you'll see fights happen, but it won't be as many teams. You know, it will be maybe a straight 3v3. It happens every now and then you know, maybe just one third party. But if you're the team that's winning because you're able to just sort of like stomp initially, especially considering that the Shiol Zenda Tumult comp, it seems as though it is very good in the early fight. You know, early on in a fight, because they're able to do so much with just the Shiol ultimate. If they can do that, and sort of they know that the third party is coming, they force out ultimates from the enemy team with just the Shiol, and then they're able to fade back a little bit.
Yeah. They can
I think it's
trade
actually
up,
not bad.
or they can fade out, reset, and then come in to the third party with 2 ultimate advantages. Like I said, FPX, they've looked like the best. With this comp, they were able to get 9 kills off of the back of it previously on Mars. Coming through, other teams tried, did not do the greatest with it, but it was early on. Ooh, hold up. SS1, that's Zenda V2. They're going for bind. They're not going for firewall, they're going for bind.
It actually works quite nicely with the
Tianhai. Yeah. That's like multiple Volda lockdowns in the space of the Zenda V2.
One of the things about that ult and why it's not that good is just because it's very easy to dodge the ult reactivation. Like, it's very easy to dodge. So, but if you Tumult ult them, you got no stamina, buddy.
And then you can hit them with the V2 follow through because they have no stam and can't dodge.
Yeah.
I really want to see this in a Realm of Yang. I really want to see how this plays into a Realm of Yang because I feel like it's everything works and you just dumpster through a team within the space of like 10 seconds, or everything goes horribly wrong. You use all of your ultimates, you have nothing left.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the more likely outcome, but we'll see. For the moment, we're on the field, 5-1 going for the Fireflies. FPX close by, but no immediate fight just yet. Nothing's a little bit slow and steady, but hey, here we go. IG up against Alliance. Ultimates being popped. Enor versus Yushan, trying to protect the Justina, who's taking quite a bit of damage. Are they going to be able to do so? No armor. F is already used. Combo break is gone. And Justina into the pot. Stay in the pot. The pot is safe. Kind of. He's somehow alive.
Yeah, but here's DRG for the timing attack, though. Which means that they'll get XXL, but now that Alliance are mostly out of ults, they will be vulnerable to the third party rolling on through, unless Rushway can come through with the Hottie ult in time, which is why he's DRG's first target of focus. Yuma now having to just try to scale rush chain together onto the walls of Imperium, run away and lose his pursuers. It looks like he's actually been able to do so as DRG turned instead onto Revenge. Forbidden Seal, no ult zone coming into play here as WFG losing both the Viper and the Syra, and probably the ults at the same time. Now going to be just cleanup potentially for FPX, having to duel out 5-1, who over goes down. Pampy just being able to play with the follow-up from Fat Milk, taking those two out, allowing for the res pickup onto Akame directly instead of having to burn one of those rebirths. As we can see, the FPX were able to get water out of the fight. WFG also able to secure their Justina as DRG tracked down Yuma.
They do indeed. And speaking of DRG, they've rolled up to that fight with double purple armor. What? 2 purple armors that early? That's just insane. Just what? Anyway, good for them. And over here, there are always more jars than you think there are. The land of jars, where you just destroy all the jars to get all the money, all the Dark Tide coins, and try and buy yourself some goodies.
Oh, say goodbye to the Great Sword Dunk.
Grumble. Grumble. I mean, makes sense, kind of. Anyway, yeah. That spot, by the way, if you haven't checked it out, if you haven't fully explored Pandora, it's in the top left of the map. It's the best spot to get a lot of money, a lot of cash. So if you're ever in need of a rebirth or something like that, make your way to the north, and you can easily get enough money. Piles as well, the floating piles, another good recovery strategy. As we see WFG making use of, unfortunately, not getting purple armors like DRG, but yeah, a little something, a little purple dual flintlocks.
I believe RW have Velpine Essence as well. When
I think they
breaking
do,
the pot, they flashed the inventory. As 521's find WFG, both of these teams got displaced on the hot drop fight. Pampy on grey armor at the moment, having to stop by and try and buy an upgrade before they take this fight. You do not want your Viper to be low on defenses. Actually buys the purple armor in time, so that is a great spot to be in, given the fact that when you use this Viper V1, you are going to be coming under a lot of focus to try to force it. Misuses first, though, which means that 521 have to try and escape this without relying on that Viper ult to be able to save them. And yeah, WFG just claps onto Pampy. Fat Milk trying to peel the space, creating a zone with that Syra V2, but it ends. WFG get away from the AoE before it can stun dazzle them, and now take the fight's advantage when Akame and Pampy are both down ults.
It's funny that we were talking, purple armor, he's good. Look, he just doesn't get to play. You know? Something goes wrong, and the ult rotation goes very well for WFG, able to lock down the Viper. Justina dashing in, denying the escape. Very nicely, very quick to pull the trigger right there. Very quick, very concise. But yeah, that's all the action we've had so far. I feel like it feels like it wasn't that much, but looking at the leaderboard, we actually have quite a few kills. We've got DRG on 3, FPX and 521 with a couple there. And
I think it's because it was fast. It was like really fast kills because outside of the Imperium fight with DRG timing attacked into the third party, that was it. Everyone else just took isolated 3v3s, which meant that they were over very, very quickly, and most teams only got the chance to get 2 or 3 kills total.
But hey, it's gonna be Realm of Yang time soon enough. But a decent amount of loot for RW. We see the map, everyone rotating over. DRG looking ready to jump in. IG SS1 gonna go over as well. Might see a little bit of grief, a little bit of action before we go into this Realm of Yang, just south of Imperium.
Ooh.
But
SS1 are playing for Yang. Not box comp. Oh, Blazing Cyclone.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fun soldier to match up against, especially if you have a zip comp. And you have a much higher chance of running into a zip in this lobby because there's 3 of them. Thanks to SS1 not locking the comp in phase 1. I really want to see how they go into this Realm of Yang though. I hope they make it through, just so that we can see the order of everything being played. RW make it through. 1 player on the side of FPX. Uh-oh. 2 players? Where's the Xander? Okay. Breathe a sigh of relief. You did not get griefed. IG will match up versus SS1, a fight which we might get to see in the replay because we're going to be following this one. We know that Yuan on the zip has Vulpine Essence. His Youth comes on through with that early Eno ultimate. Big parry onto AB as well. Shayol ult comes on through on the side of FPX. Temiel follow through. He's putting the pressure onto Water, who's lost all of the armor, and now down that ultimate is going to be very vulnerable, especially with the Hardy continuing to put the pressure on this displacement, not allowing Water to get back to the rest of his team. You've side of the ultimate, the Zender V1 firewall comes into the mix, but the Hardy still has cube up, and you've just used it to change his position to drop down with the Nbpl sword instead. One good swing into the E nor F, and water should surely go down here, and RW lead the fight. 3 versus 2, just having now to keep their zip in play and deal with FPX's 2 last team.
RW doing an excellent job to close that out, and now we go over to the Yang that we assumed would take its sweet time to finish, because it's both Hardy zipping Enor, but it looks as though DRG are well ahead. They've managed to take down 2, and now it's just the 1 versus 3. Whoa!
With the food? Nope.
Is gonna go down.
They don't play with the food. They don't time the kill. But, Dunk, something to note, SS1 won their Realm of Yang. Temi, Tianhai, Zender. Also, it was the first one to finish. Which means, oh, here we go, replay. Did it all go right? Let's see. We know that Liu has Blazing Cyclone. Goes for the Tianhai ult. Gets all Zender F into Temi Wisp into Tianhai grab. That's not a fun place to be in. Now we get the Temi ultimate, which means that you lose all of your stamina. We've got the Zender ult going for at the same time. 1 slam into a second kill, and now just deal with the last one. XXL might be able to dodge with one hand. Does not get grabbed because the Tianhai ult ends, but XXL is still taken down, and SS1 get the opportunity to scale on up, going head-to-head actually against RW, who still have Voltpoint Essence in play, since it did not proc in their Realm of Yang fight.
No, it did not. Loyer pulling the trigger on the Tianhai ultimate, hoping that they don't all just scatter to the winds. But oh, wait a second! He goes up in the sky, immediately gets CC'd by the Tamulk Sandwall re-grab. Oh, I thought we got another one there, but no, that was close. Oh, no.
I thought so too.
Oh, but hey, oh my, oh, it's shiny. Oh, my eyes. Oh, he died, but he was still in animation. What is happening? The lightning is everywhere. It's just all of a sudden exploded. The crackling sound of electricity fills the air, and DRG roll on through. Currently the kill leaders of the lobby, 7 kills under their belt, and they're not slowing down. FPX though, going to take advantage of this too, try and cleanse the Yang depletions. Over, trying to go up and over. How many over puns can we make today, Moxie? I'm sure we can manage quite a few. Oh, okay. Looks like it's over for Dog Caster.
I mean, if you're DRG, surely you just want to lose your Vermilion Birdsmite with it still allowing you to return in this lobby. As Akame is away from the rest of his team, but he was just baiting everyone's position. Out comes Akos Cage into the Viper V1. One person still stuck here as well. Parry onto water. With the dual blades coming on first, Sara V2 is about to end, but first the laser beam just minces through Water's health bar. Gets absolutely boiled. Alliance is just coming back in as WFG show up late to the mix, coming on through that Viper V1. Looks like Akami tried to use the purple bush to be able to dodge the frame snap of it, but still goes down to the other teammates around, as Alliance still have one more Soul Bloom to pick up to be able to get this full cleanse.
They do, but with the change made to Yang depletion a little while ago now, being able to extend your Yang depletion timer by another minute if you can do enough damage, I think it might not have to go for a rebirth strategy here, but we'll see. They are missing their Enor ultimate. They're sort of slowly following WFG. But WFG is looking really healthy, really happy right now with triple purple armor, double ult ready to go. I'm not sure if Alliance is going to force this one because, yeah, no, I don't think there's enough time to do so. Yeah. Going into an open space with enemy Viper as well, it's not an ideal fight to take. So I think they're probably just going to let their teammate go down to the depletion and then look to buy themselves a rebirth charm. Wait a second, what's going on here? 5-2-1. Getting a res. Kiki hiding. Oh,
He's got rebirth charms. He's bringing his team back in zone. Oh, do they turn on to 5-2-1? Uh-oh. This is dangerous. Fat Milk's low.
got no heals either.
They have no heals. FPX though. Since you brought 2 players back, they'll be down loot. So I don't think that they can... I don't think you can commit to trying to take this fight. Second Realm of Yang comes on up. All of the teams who were hit by Yang depletion and still feeling the consequences won't be in a good spot to be able to take it. But at the same time, it also means that the scaled teams will already be within the Realm of Yang to not try and mark those players down. As we get Mirror Comp coming on through here for RW versus DRG. SS1 yet again going into Yang, not playing the Spirit well.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're happy to do it, even though they do have a pretty solid Spirit well comp. The Realm of Yang win is just so like, it's a huge win condition. Like it's been a huge win condition for a long time, but I think now even more so with being able to like just play off of the enemy Yang depletion teams, and it makes such a huge difference with the smaller lobby as well. But who might be getting Yang depletion right here might be RW, as they've lost a member. They've lost their Hardy already. He's going to be timing out soon as well. There's no shot for a res. Slams him, impales him into the ground with a flamethrower as well, yeah. Just for good measure. Oh, yeah. Taste the flames.
Oh, wait, we might get a timeout, though. Because Yuan still, I believe, has Volpines.
Oh, no. He does not. They might have dropped it on the outside.
Yeah, potentially dropped it on the outside, or maybe it got popped in the Vermilion Birds, my massive brawl fest that occurred up by Azov Peak. As SS1 do lose their second Realm of Yang. As we said, like, this comp, it feels like it's feast or famine. If it goes right, it goes right. If it goes wrong, you've used too much and you probably just get outplayed in the long game. As WFG are able to win out versus them, we'll see just how in a moment. Ooh, Viper, Syra, Justina, so a whole lot of stuns. We get Viper V1. Oh, Louis has already used the Tian Hai. That's really bad. You're not going to be able to iframe out of that Viper stun, or you lose the full duration of the Tian Hai ult. Syra V2 keeps the team stabilized. You do get missed, taken by a grab into a double slam off of Zhao Wan, but the Syra V2 is still in play. Mist is able to book it to the other side of the Yang. Now put pressure onto Luye, force out the F into the uppercut. Gets peeled off by Mian coming on through with the flying knives, but both Mist and Juan are able to track down the Tian Hai and take him out. And now we get the stagger into the uppercut, into the charge RMB follow through when WFG have 2 players playing within the pocket with the fan.
That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Watching that replay, it went reasonably well. I think the biggest problem for them was the Tian Hai ult coming in early and not being able to iframe the Viper stun. And then, of course, he had blue armor going into that Yang, so he didn't have that much health in the ult state. And then the blue armor just got stripped off very quickly, so he wasn't able to survive. He survived for quite a while, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. So, yeah, it seems as though it's definitely a solid Yang comp. We'll have to see if it gets played by any other teams or if it gets picked up again. See how well it performs. But for now, it's looking pretty solid, this Zender comp for SS1. But we do need a purple armor lawyer. We need to get an upgrade.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't transferred it over from one of the other 2.
I mean, his health scales in ult with the armor rarity, but because he just has the ult to begin with, he can still tank a lot of damage because, like, but you're right, it could be better on him. but with Zender and Tamolk, you know, they've definitely got some defensive capabilities, but perhaps not enough. As they don't have a transformation state or anything like that. But we just witnessed Akame, unfortunately, getting hunted down in the zone by RW. RW cleansing one of their members of Yang Depletion.
But 5-1 do still have Viper up.
They do.
Which looks like they split the team since they were already down their Syra previously. What's SS1 up to? They're going pretty far towards the zone, just trying to, I guess, scavenge around, see if there's any players all the way out here who are low and not in a position where everyone else currently is. Yeah, here we go, DRG, IG. Not really two teams that you want to try and take a fight versus. 5-1's Pampy is able to buy a Rebirth Charm. I'll have to see if he can actually use it. As WFG, 53 seconds left, going to be forced into taking a fight. Mist comes down with the drop down. Viper V1, everyone tries to split away, but the stun still comes out onto AB. The follow-up Justina Freeze with the Syra beam off of that V2 as well. Just means that he's so low. Can they find the finish up though? As AB's on Hardy, so he's just able to use his ult and book it out, but now we have the third party coming on through from SS1, dropping in with the Temi ult, catching Juan when he's low, Luye with the charged RMB, not able to find the connection because Hardy Cube, but at the same time, oh no, taken down by zone damage.
They're fighting in zone 4 because just they have to. This Yang Depletion is devastating, and they need to try and force something. They weren't able to find any teams to do damage to extend it a little longer, and then coming into this bit of a mess of a fight, not able to actually close things out. SS1 just gonna go down to Yang Depletion straight up, but WFG, even though they were, you know, pretty happy with to take that fight initially, they are gonna fall, or at least two members, and now the last member, Xiao Wen, trying his best to disengage. RW closing in on him, 1 HP on the buttery rocks. He can't get away, and RW is gonna close it out.
Roofed by the Yang Depletion teams, and then the third parties, and then having to run into IG. We're still fighting in zone. Oh, Pampy, I think goes down here. Did not get the chance to use... Oh no, wait, he did get the chance to use the Rebirth Charm. His Syra's back in. At least his DRG, by the way, got Yang Spirit Well for free. Everyone else now has Yang Depletion.
This happens a little too often, doesn't it, Martin?
This does happen a little too often. We have to start contesting Yang Spirit Well.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say if it's just straight troll, but I mean it kind of makes sense in some ways because we saw the absolute carnage that ensued at the edge of the zone there. You know, there's definitely teams coming away from that or coming out of that with, you know, a decent number of kills, you know, the decent number of points, and then they just look to try and play for flag or whatever. And try and survive, as Alliance just now going to be able to cleanse with the flag. Umar went extremely low, but flag saved him.
IG don't take the fight. DRG is too close. They would have third-partied if it properly kicked off. And now they're going to be able to see a much lower in gear scaling Alliance be close to them. We also have 5-2-1 Syra. There we go. Fat Milk's just hiding inside the purple bushes. Oh no. Reveals himself a little too early. Runs right into Alliance's team. Has to take his chances with surfing for Moonbane. Oh, the fan at least means the skill rushes will charge up that much faster. But this is so risky. Everyone's fighting inside zone and now inside Moonbane. What is this lobby?
It's an ugly lobby, to say the least. Umar is currently trying to hold down Kiki and catch him. Kiki last member left alive on FPX of the Shiol, trying his best to get away. Leave me alone, man. Just okay. You wanna chase me? Chase me through IG. Do it. You won't. And wait, we've got the vroom vroom. We've got the drifting Shiol with the F2. Oh, I play with Taki. It's just like, okay, when you're about to use the F2, just go, or just. The Drift Queen Shiol running through. Sadly, gets pulled over, taken down. And here we are once again at the Spirit Well. And somehow Fat Milk is still alive with white armor.
Yeah.
No health, but they don't care
within the
about
Moonbeam, he's very fortunate, but we have the Spirit Well. This time it's actually being properly contested, though. We do have DRG running Moonshard Storm, which will make it a little harder for, I think, a lot of teams to be able to hold their ground. Yeah, there we go. RW's Youth also has it. Takes down Fat Milk there. IG's hand utilizing that Yushan ult. Does this mean that IG feel that they've been able to cap the Spirit Well to go through with the double ult cycle? XXL's already used that Justina ult. DRG's Dongqing goes too low. They abandon the Spirit Well and trying to space out of the fight to get the heal through instead. But IG just full send and away. Alliance get the Spirit Well because everyone chased the kills instead. And now they have Draco Storm for free. With ult cycle for free. And you know what, Dunk? I feel like this lobby is probably going to close before the zone, since everyone else is already in a position for the health bars to be low and the ultimates to not be there to reset. And Alliance have 2 Eno ults to continue this aggression moving forward.
They do. They are. He's trying his best. He's trying to come back here. He's just going up and down this giant pillar of the rock, this rock formation, chasing him. You made a mistake, buddy. Going over here. Hey, get over here, buddy. Come back. No, it's flying. It's like a dog chasing a bee. He's trying his best. He's barking. He's swinging. He finally takes him down. Alliance pick up yet another kill. Blue armor for Mr. Yubar, but doesn't really matter. He's not under all that much threat. As I say that, somebody rolls up, but Cube Gaming, we're out of there. And it's now a 3 versus 1 versus 1. Unless some kind of res comes through, there's, yeah. No, he's not going to res.
No, he's trying to die to zone.
Run away.
He's trying to die to zone, but I think he got chipped by someone. Oh, the uppercut, yeah. Well, Alliance take full advantage of all of the rest of the fighting. DRG going low when they try and book it out of the Spirit Well fight, getting hunted down by IG. And then no one's there to contest Alliance, who held their ultimates to be able to clean up that last circle. But it's not enough to displace RW's MVP coming through.
Yeah, good for RW. They were in the lead before Martial Artists with the pre-post points, overtaken by DRG because of the martial arts. But now they might have made their way back up to the top. And today, it's all about being in the top 4. All about being in the top 4. As it's the last chance qualifiers, the first day of the last chance qualifiers. So there is another day. But only the top 4 of this series move forwards into the second day on Sunday to then have a chance at getting top 4 then, and then moving into the grand finals in a couple weeks. But good for RW. A lot of points were picked up though, so it's I don't know how close it was, but I reckon it is reasonably close. Very competitive lobby. It did end a little sooner than we thought it might do. These Spirit Well situations, you know, when they came through, when they started being a thing, we were like, surely they're going to figure it out soon, right? Feels like we still haven't properly figured things out.
It's so interesting that it's like always 2 extremes. They're always contested to the point that no one caps it and it despawns, or you just walk it for free. But here is your question. What is today's match? Is it the Spring Split Stage 1? Is it B, the Solo LCQ? Is it C, the Spring Split Stage 2? Or is it D, the Trios LCQ? Well, if you can read the title of the stream, I'm sure you're going to be able to answer that one fairly easily. But to answer your question, Dunk, in terms of like where all the teams are with the leaderboard, yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be very close for quite a few of them because RW come through with MVP. Alliance fairly quiet for the most part of the match, but then really come through with a lot of finishing up off of that Draco Storm. Then we had SS1, who go out early thanks to Yank depletion, but do put kills on the board. DRG's also up there. IG was also up there. So I think for the most part, like 1 through 4, and then probably 5 and 6 are going to be fairly close with a quite noticeable drop between 7 and 8 then.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's surprising to see that 5-1, unfortunately, just haven't had, just not doing so well today. They've been a team that I feel like I talk about a lot, just because it's kind of a marvel to see how far they've come from what they used to be. But hey, it doesn't look like it's going well for them. It is what it is. But there you have it, Moxie. They were pretty close. RW on 14, Alliance with 13, DRG with 12, WFG and IG 9 and 8 respectively. So definitely pretty close. The leaderboard is not all that top heavy. I mean, a little bit, but
well, that was from that game.
Yeah,
we're still to see with that then factored in the martial arts as well as the pre-post points.
So we'll see. But we've got the stats. Quite a bit of healing. Not all that much damage, but not all that many teams in the lobby being able to, you know, execute players and just lock them down, leaving them with no way of escape, no counterplay. You don't need to do that much damage if you get the kills, after all.
Ooh, so it's actually still close. Even 8 and 7. 5-1, 10 points to FPX's 12, SS1 9 points. Very big difference between DRG and RW though, in comparison to the bottom 4 of the lobby. WFG not going to be feeling comfortable. Alliance also not going to be feeling all that comfortable with how close IG and FPX currently are to them. So still very much anyone's game here, Dunk. We've seen it all happen. We've seen the team literally in 8th place be able to close out a top 4 finish in the LCQ rounds. So we can have a look and see our highlights coming on through from the side of RW, the team that did take this MVP. Like you said, not a lot of damage, but they didn't really participate in a lot of multi-way fights. They just closed out the 3 versus 3s that they were in.
Yeah, everyone always talks about the average damage, you know, oh, I've got so much average damage. I mean, average damage is all well and good, you know, stats don't lie after all. But if you're able to just, you know, concisely, quickly take somebody down, you don't need to have done all that much damage to do that. So, yeah, but this was it, Moxie. The absolute mess, the bloodbath at the edge of the zone. And all of them fighting, and it's zone 4, which means that this does a lot of damage and denies all healing, essentially. There's just, you can't heal in this zone. It doesn't, you see him pick up that Assault Bloom, he got a little bit of armor because the anti-healing doesn't affect armor, but the health went up by a pixel, so it's just nothing at all. Yeah, it's such a tough fight to navigate, to actually get out of as well, with the pressure of Yang depletion.
Yeah, a very strange fight that really got quite a lot of teams caught out with that Yang depletion coming through, but it will be the Eno who picks up the MVP, highest amount of damage on his team. I'm sure a lot of that coming down to the ultimates. We'll see where it's all stacking on through. Yeah, there we go, highest in the tally. Skills and ultimates, 6.4k, so again, not really that much, but what we do see, and this starts to sort of like be much more common, is 2 stacks of damage reduction. Since the Enor is like really coming under quite a lot of focus to try and force the ultimate earlier, so that the other team, especially in the Realm of Yang situation, gets the later Enor ult.
Yeah, 3 damage reduction, 2 health, 1 attack. I mean, it's a little split, you know. I think 3 damage reduction minimum is usually what I'd like to go for. 3 is nice, you know. 2 you feel a little a little bear. It just feels like it doesn't really do anything. It's only 12%. And this is just, nothing. But for whatever reason, 18% just feels like that extra little bit more that's you're comfortable with. Especially with health, also scaling the transformed state health bar. It definitely helps to have a bit of that. But before we head into our next game, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be throwing over to a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to head into our third game of the day, our second Battle Royale Immortal War match. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by the lovely Moxie. We are your hosts and casters for the day, and it's an exciting day as it is the last chance qualifiers, or the first of the last chance qualifiers, as the top 4 teams from this lobby today move into the second last chance qualifier on Sunday to battle it out again, to then try and get top 4 in that one, and to then move into the grand finals in a couple of weeks. So it's all to play for. Make sure that you're in the top 4. But Moxie, we were talking a little bit about what if somehow the Hardy zipping Edo doesn't end up being the mirror match today, because there's more griefers picking silly things in first phase. It could happen, but probably not. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was saying to you during the break, I was finding it so funny. I was like, yeah, WBG not in the lobby, so we don't have to worry about someone just like griefing the phasing and letting a triple comp go through. And then SS1 first phase lock the Temi, the Zenda, the Tianhai, and like, to be fair to them, it does do well. They win a Realm of Yang with it. Does not really do well after that, though. They lose the second Realm of Yang. They're not able to recover the Yang depletion situation, and it all goes downhill from there. Moving forward, I think like it's both, us going to be looking at the phasing and seeing, is it a continuation of the Hardy Eno Zip, or are more and more teams wanting to move away from that outlook? Because up until we had like the stage 2 finals, that comp was starting to have a little bit less value. We did not see it at MVPs frequently, and then when we had the stage 2 finals, when teams played that comp, they hit match point threshold, and when teams could not play that comp, they did not get MVP. So I think like we can see that comp is still very strong.
Yeah, absolutely. When you said it with the finals that were last week, with TE and SR being in the first phase, being able to pick that comp a couple times at the start of the day, then being able to get to match point first, and then struggle to be able to get another MVP after that, taking us all the way to 8 games, as it was just ending up being that every team, as you said, getting that comp, being able to play it, doing well. I'm glad that they've nerfed Enor and Zipping. I would say I'm not sure how big of a nerf it really will be, and if it will be impactful enough to lower the pick rate of this composition. But I think it is somewhat significant. If you haven't checked it out, by the way, Enor jump horizontal. It's ranged and sort of got reduced slightly, so he's not going to be as obnoxious as sort of hopping around like a psycho. And you can avoid it a little bit better now. And then the zipping F healing is also going to be reduced somewhat. So we talked about it plenty of times, Roxy, with the zipping just being like, haha, F, haha, you get to live. It's going to happen a little less. It's going to be a little less impactful. So we'll see. But I kind of hope so, because it's a cool comp and everything, and Enor's very cool, but it's a little obnoxious, and it's always nice to keep things rotating, a little variety here and there.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people too, normally you can pin the zip down. Before she was placed with Hardy, you could at least be like, well, she does not have a full combo breaker, so if we manage to pin her down, she's going to be much more vulnerable. But with the Hardy Cube trio pairing, like, you see so many times, both in Realm of Yang and the Battle Royale parts of the map, someone gets their zip low, gets a lockdown, and then poof, she just disappears, and you're like, Hardy Cube. Hardy Cube moment, you're not able to kill the zip, she spaces out the fight, she has like group heal or advanced heal and is able to self-sustain and then play the outside, and you get someone on her team low, and then she throws out the F from far and they're back to full. Like, Zip's always been hard meta as well since her release, both in solos and trios. And so she was paired with so many different things. Like, we had the Siphon come through, we had Sand Siphon, we had the Kylan Zip as well, which I think was my favorite iteration of Zip trio comps. Just being able to keep refreshing that Kylan health with the F, especially when they improved the tracking of it, so that you could just keep getting as many dashes as you wanted to play full disruption. Very strong stuff. So yeah, I agree. She's had her time in the sun, and especially now that we have a new support hero coming into the mix, it would be quite nice to see her impact somewhat limited to give some of the newer compositions time to shine.
Yeah, I agree. Speaking of the new hero, even though she is a support, air quotes support, by the way, they're always busted. It's crazy. Every game, doesn't matter what you play, supports are always OP. So yeah, Tara Gunn is likely going to be the same, which I'm excited to test out. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be a sort of zipping kind of support, though. I think it's because with the V1, it kind of is like zipping. It's a sort of a different like parallel utility, essentially, is what I'm trying to say. But with the V2, it's very reminiscent of OG Wu Chen V2, where it was the swap, and there was a meta that if you weren't playing at the time, you don't understand how crazy it was. Wu Chen would swap you and your entire team into his team, who are waiting there with a Viper Silence and a triple charge greatsword, and you thought there was no counterplay with the Syra Viper. There was less with that. So with V2 Tara, I think we might go back to something like that, or at the very least, I think there's gonna be a lot of opportunities to do something like that. So we'll see how it plays out. She's not on the field today, unfortunately, but we'll see her soon enough, I imagine. And Moxie, we were talking about it, but of course they're not going to be doing it because we're not trolling. So we're picking the Hardy Enor Zip in phase 1.
Uh-oh. That means the phase 2 has the identity crisis instead. So what's it to be? Phase 3? 3 Viper comps? Or 3 Yushan comps? Do you go for the Viper comp? Or do you go for the counter Viper comp? IG, FPX, watch FPX go for the Cheryl. IG's made up their minds. We're getting 3 Viper comps if they can have their way. FPX also joins the mix. Okay. 3 Viper comps on Morrisile Knight. Fireflies. Plenty of good drop-down positions for Viper if we get end zones with high trees or sunwings. This could be a very strong Viper lobby, as now, what do we see? SS1 continues. They picked it in first phase, and I pick it in last phase. We have one Yushan comp, despite the Viper being more expensive. Everyone else just plays the Xander TNI Temi.
So, you know what? This is brings me back to what I was talking about earlier, how countering Viper has become less about using a specific team-wide utility like Matari ult and Yushan V2. And it's more about iframing the stun with a transformation or something like that. So you have that transformation on the Tianhai, but you also have the ability to iframe the Viper stun and the Syra stun, mind you, I believe, with Tumulk F, where he jumps into the air. You can iframe a lot of stuff with that. It's very, very good. As Maida would say, it's been broken since the game released, but even though it's not really, I mean, 18-second combo break with a follow-up wisp that denies you from combo breaking out if you get hit, it's a little good.
Yeah, and it pairs really well with Xander F2 as well. But now I want to see, is it the Xander V2 with this comp? Because up until today, all of the Xander teams ran the V1. That was the first time that we got to see the Xander V2 in trios play. Does this now mean that those two teams follow suit and run the V2 themselves to go for the bind, or do they run the V1 to be able to have more like split of the map and more defensive capabilities by being able to sort of hide your position within the firewall the way that you do just in a V2?
I mean, the thing with the firewall is that I mean, definitely, in my opinion, is the better choice. Is for solos 100%. For trios, it has the fire damage. It's a very big AoE, so it gives you a little bit of space control. But it doesn't offer the same. It's not like a freeze. It doesn't block the melee attacks like Justitia V2. But it's more like an empowered Wu Chen wind wall that burns you if you touch it and staggers you slightly. So it definitely has a lot of utility. But I think, paired with the Tumulk, with the ult, where he takes your stamina, give me that, and then denying them from being able to dodge the V2, I think if you combine those two utilities together, it can be really, really devastating, especially if you've got a Tianhai and ult who's just ready to grab. It's just fish in a barrel, like, oh, you're stunned. I'll take that, thank you very much.
Well, it's probably easier to grab than fish in a barrel, because fish can at least swim.
True.
It's like fish in ice. to be able to grab. SS1, by the way, went for V2. Alliance went V1. So this V2 is very much something that SS1 play. Even FPX, who was sort of like the first team that started trying to formulate Xander comps, they still play V1. But then again, they do play it with the Shiol instead. As we can have a look at our landing locations, no surprises, a lot of these are going to be all around Firefly locations, which means initial rage on glyphs and a race to grab Fireflies to get the ults online and try to win your hot drop fight versus the other team who's contesting you for those Firefly spaces. Also, early on, Xander ult has to be so brutal since you just do not have the sustain to be able to live a lot of those arrow charges. As IG's XXL, Viper V1 just about ready to go. Ooh, stone form. Proc from the Greatsword. 1, 2, uppercut onto Kakaishi, going low. Jump LMBs, takes him down. We actually get, Viper V1 very early on from XXL.
Yeah, he ends up just cancelling it because, it's just one guy. There's not much point, might as well. Something that didn't used to be a thing, but yeah, now if you've not been around for a while, the Viper ultimate can be cancelled and you can conserve the rage, which is really, really very quite nice if you know those situations where you pop the ult and you're just like, get back here, and just running away, gladly hiding behind a pillar or something. You can keep a little bit of that rage now. But moving over to here, where you know DRG unfortunately gets caught out in the open. One guy, one man, trying his best to survive, but I don't think he's gonna be able to hop his way to safety.
No.
He's slapping. He's got no weapon.
It's so unfortunate. Like DRG, they lose Kakaishi in the shipwreck fight with IG, and then when they try and run away from IG now that they're down a teammate, they run into SS1. They don't get the kills, but stall them out long enough for IG's rest of the team to catch up to them. Coming out of Gorge is AB overholds the charged RMB. That time goes for the early release, trying to find the damage. Hardy combo breaker comes on through. 2 versus 2 situation. Yuan using the lunge not to pressure space, but to just displace his position. As Waters back into the fight. Did we go for a salty res?
I think we did. Chop him down. Chop, chop. Lumberjack him. Hit him. Oh. He's ulting. Come back here! Fight me! No, he's out of there. He gets the zipping F, and he's gonna be able to stay alive for a bit longer, but he needs to disengage. He needs to get as far away as possible, as his teammate has already rezzed, or at least one of them has. So
yeah, he set up the Hardy cube, but the zip already died before she could use it to get out of the ACOS cage. We'll have to see when we go back to Water. Yeah, no, Water has lost the rebirth. He did go for the salty res.
Respectable. Just sending it. Might as well.
I mean,
it was
it's money spot
winnable
as well.
Yeah.
Which is always hotly contested, which is why WFG actually shot wait. Oh no! FPX's team are going to be split!
What is he still doing there? I think he was like, you get the money, I'll chase him. Yeah. What are they doing?
They're so split! Oh no! That was Water too! No rebuff! No chance to res him as well. He just bleeds out. They'll have to, if they want the Viper back, they'll have to buy him back with a rebuff charm, which, hey, they just bought.
Yeah. I think if you're leaving someone behind to, you know, get the rest of the money, we're going to chase him. Has to be somebody with a res so that if they die, they can, you know, come back. I don't know. Anyway, there's been some interesting things happen today. Speaking of interesting, oh my goodness, XXL just sending it. We've double ulted. We've got the Syra ult ready to go as well. Enor locking down XXL. Can we get out of here? Trying to disengage. The cubes come through. The Syra ult now. Trying desperately to disengage. Are we going to get a stun with the Dazzle? No, we are not. And we've basically just used everything and nobody's died.
This is not good. Also, we just had grapples coming through, which means potential third party. No, it's just Dongchin coming back into the fight, having stabilized, gets a big parry onto XXL. Uppercut, charged RMB, follow through from MY. A second parry into the riposte. And DRG clean up the fight, because yeah, IG, like you said, they used everything. They used the ACOS cage, the Viper V1, but MY had still been holding on to Eno ult activation, so just uses the V1 to dodge the Viper stun snap, and then spaces out of the way of the Syra V2 as it burns through. FPX were able to get Water back into the mix, and also buy a purple armor for the Viper. So, financially recovered. Especially if you want to be able to go into this first realm of Yang to start scaling your comp with a legendary weapon. As the first realm of Yangs will be spawning up, and IG are the only team currently in soul form, other than RW, who are down one of their teammates, who I believe is the Eno. Everyone else is still going to be looking at taking that Realm of Yang fight.
Absolutely. We've got a couple soul jades here, but no slots unlocked, unfortunately. And yes, you mentioned that RW finds over in the zone. Hey, where you going, buddy? You want to fight me here? I'll fight you. Wait a second, that's a full team. Oh goodness. Let's turn around. Let's get out of here, zipping.
It's AV. It's AB and FPX again. It was AB and FPX at money spot, and it's AB and FPX now. Hardy ult's done though, which means no cube. FPX very much feeling like they have the advantage coming on through the Akos Cage lockdown. Kiki gets parried, but what can you undo when you're stuck inside the Akos V2? And FPX clean up our W. Although I don't know if they got the full team. AB might have been able to make it out. Yeah, the Hardy's still able to just book up.
I think he died, but he was the only one with res. I think that's what happened.
Oh yeah, because he didn't get picked in the money spot fight.
There's been a lot of zone fighting today, Moxie. Everyone's just going at it in the zone. It's just, why are they that deep? I mean, it's only zone 1, so it's not doing that much damage, but still, it's a bit of a strange spot to be in. Regardless, we talked about the Realm of Yang. Here they are, an alliance, looking very scaled up with triple purple armor on this Zender, Tamulk, Tianhai composition. Oh, the ults. Oh, wait a second. Viper ult. He can't be transformed, he's silenced.
Oh, the Cyrus done. Oh, it's done. Oh, the Justina freeze into the stun. Out of the ult. Has the Zender V1. Doesn't stop the Justina freeze dash though, which means that Rushway gets caught. Big lunge from the staff. Jabbing revealed. Xiaowen gets scooped by the Zender F2. Jabbing catches onto Revenge into the vertical slam. Takes now the 2 versus 2 situation. Big parry onto Tianhai. Can't find the follow-up off of the F1. Jabbing catches the tech chase before he can make it away. Oh, the jump parry onto the RMB from the Nunnies as well. And they'll be able to come out with the fight win.
Yeah, and now moving over to the other Realm of Yang, IG going head-to-head with 5-1, and IG, they're very confident, gone into the Realm of Yang with white armor on the Syra, just going in, not a care in the world, we're just going for it, and XXL is to take a lot of damage, the Dragon Slayer, very impactful right there, but XXL is going to be able to pop the Viper ultimate. Are we going to get the stun? No, we are not, because Yushan ult V2 is going to protect them from the CC. Now 5-1, a member down. Not very healthy either. Going to have to try and fight this one out. Wait a second. They've equalized. It's 2v2. Can they do that?
Because F2 though.
No. Pampy 1v2. Pillar pressure. Overhold. Triple parry. Pampy. Send this. No. Send it. Okay, he dies. Send it!
SS1 won that Realm of Yang fight against DRG as well with the Tianhai Zender V2, though it took a while, so I don't think it was the all-out ult dump fight, as WFG also going to have the Million Birds Might, actually taking on the fight against SS1. Justina dash onto Mian, charged RMB off of legendary Fist Blades. Coming out so fast that Mian just loses the full revive, and you have to ask, where's the rest of SS1's team? The whole time! We don't see them on the board at all!
Yeah, I don't know. He's just off on an adventure on his own.
Are they already dead?
No, they can't be, because otherwise the buff
No, they've still got Verm.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, wait, is that
two are in soul form?
Okay.
The Zender's the only one not. So WFG must have been waiting for SS1 to get out of the portal and then jump on them before they could actually like take an advantage and try to use ults.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but we're gonna take a look at a replay from the Realm of Yang. SS1. How did they manage this one against DRG? Royer sending the hands into the sky, trying to catch one of them on the drop down. Not going to be able to find it before he pops the Enor ultimate. Stomp on the ground out of frustration. Grumble, trying to now protect his teammate. Get away from my Tumult. Get away from my Sandman. Catches the Hardy out of the sky. Oh my goodness. And then the ult.
Out of the ult though. Gets hit by the last few frames of this Enor ult. And by so low! Oh my goodness. SS1 just kill the Eno in a split moment and turn the fight instantly. Tamiot forces DRG into being locked into this one position, allowing SS1 so much more map space. Big parry onto the LMB coming out from that spear. Scale rush with the pole sword as well so that we can hit the stagger and have so much incoming damage. Dragon Slayers finds its mark into the gold frame and they just swap to the slaps as well. To the Tianhai. Wild line, and DRG unfortunately, oh boy, 24 seconds left on Yang depletion. This is not a good position to be in at all. They've at least been able to, I think, cleanse 2 of their players, but now they're having to deal with 5-1 who also have Yang depletion all inning. Dongqing might go down here, the Justina freeze coming on through from that V1. Forcing now all of this pressure. The rest of the team already gone, abandoning Dongqing to his fate so that the rest of the team can survive. So 5-1 now, just having one person left with Yang depletion, who might burn out now, as RW able to buy a rebirth charm and get that Eno back into the mix.
Not bad. Well, it's still not great. But at least they're all alive. And again, we're in the zone, Moxie. Okay, what? This... I mean, it's the Yang depletion, so they have to do what they can. They've got to take what they get, but...
Do you know what it was? RW got a rebirth charm, right? So I think they used it in the zone. But 5-1 had Yang depletion, so we're scouting to see if they could find a team going for that play. And Fat Milk now is desperately trying to chase down AB to get the kill onto him. Jump LMB off of the spear does, and that allows him to pick up a Soul Bloom moments before the Yang depletion procs.
That was very close. Seconds left on that depletion. Fat Milk, you think he's dead? Nah, he's vibing. He just pops his ult, keeps himself alive. Doesn't want to get stuck doing a chain res with his team. You know, especially with the IG waiting at the gates at the edge of the safe zone. But now going into the second set of Realms of Yang. SS1 grapple to the sky. Luo Ye looking for the drop down. LMB not going to find anything. Tumult Ultimate is going to get popped along with the Tianhai. I'm not sure if Fu is in ultimate as well. No, he is. He is in ultimate. Triple ult. They're all hiding on the pillar. Just slowly walking around it. We get the juggle. Find the regrab. Wait a second. Can we get the double? No, we can't. But it's still too much damage to survive. And SS1 claim their first kill of the Yang.
That was the Viper too, so no Viper V1. Wait, Luo loses the legendary weapon. It gets parried. It has to rely on Dragon Slayers instead. This is horrible for him though, because you've now lost that weapon. Unless you can get it back. But Over's just swapped to the purple instead, so no chance of it being parried. And they'll have to rely on only one yellow weapon off of that win in Realm of Yang. Very interesting that a lot of these times that SS1 are able to take the fight, even versus the Viper teams, they still open up with Tianhai ult first and use all of their ults, despite it being so risky, because then if the Viper's still holding the V1, you can use it to force the D transform early of the Vajra state. But that time, they just kill the Viper before she can use the ult. It's such a huge investment. If it works, great. But if it doesn't, the chances of you, actually living the second stage of that fight are so much lower.
I think it's somewhat coming down to the fact that they're opening up the Tianhai and then they're trying to they're getting all 3 of the enemy team to just sort of group together and try and hide away from the Tianhai, which then gives the Tumulk the ability to get all 3 of them in the ultimate, because that's basically what happened there. They had
and then the Zender pops the ult and just melts everyone. Surely the adjustment would then be for the rest of the teams, instead of all stacking in one space, that you still play pillar line of sight, but you split your team between 2.
You could do that, but the problem with doing that though is that if you split, then one of whoever's split off, if it's just one who's split off, or or whatever, if you manage to split 3 ways, which I don't think you'd be able to do, you leave that person vulnerable, because then the Tianhai is just going to hop over to where they are, and then the Zenda is just going to try to force them into the open. So it's actually a pretty solid line that's hard to really counterplay, because there's not very many spots to avoid a Tianhai in the Realm of Yang. You have the 4 pillars,
yeah.
but
especially with the Zenda V2 too.
Yeah.
Like if everyone is stacked up on 1 pillar and they get caught by the Temi, everyone then also gets caught by the Zenda V2 follow through with the bind. Works great in Realm of Yang, not so much the rest of the map though. But there's a lot more open space and more places for the team to try and hide away from the Tianhai, as opposed to stacking all in one spot against the Temi behind 1 pillar, which is the only really form of cover that you have to dodge away from the Tianhai, unless you have something like a Temiot yourself. As we do have teams now having lost second Realm of Yangs, saddled with Yang depletion. FPX, DRG might decide to duke it out here. As FPX do have Yang depletion, unfortunately for them, they're the only ones. So they have to force a fight themselves. DRG will not want to take it, and you can see that they're very much trying to kite this out. They are not in a good place ult-wise. Dongqing does not get the opportunity to get out because Kakaishi was caught by the ACOS into the Viper V1, charged RMB off of the legendary spear, and the Hardy is absolutely smoked.
Bonked into the earth. Down he goes, 6 feet under, and yeah, he can't get away from there. The buttery rocks the ACOS cage, making it very difficult to disengage. It is what it is, and now DRG's Mai all on his lonesome. He's about to bump into RW, perhaps. Youth very close by, but nothing's not moving just yet. Wait, maybe? Guys. Ooh,
I think
I can smell
FBX
them.
saw Yuan. They saw Yuan. And now they found Youth. Oh no. Youth at least is the Eno to
True,
try
and
to
immediately
turn
turns on
onto DRG's MY. He's like, take him instead.
You thought we were buddies? No, we were just waiting to cannibalize, and there you have it, goes down in the zone. But FPX, with 1 player left on Yang depletion still, they're going to try and take this opportunity. You know, Enon no halt, let's just go for it. And there you have it. Takes down the zipping very quickly, chasing Youth. Oh, what a parry. In the sky, down you go, and FPX fully cleanse, and I don't think they're going to be pressured at the edge of the zone, because the majority of the teams are a bit closer to the middle, with everyone over near the mines. This Yang Spiritwell is going to be coming online soon, so looks like we might actually get it contested this time, Moxie.
Surely, right? You know what's wild though? We have 3 Viper teams. And poor SS1, the only non-Viper team on Tianhai. You have 1 Tianhai ult. You can only use it to fall out of 1 Viper V1. Yang Spiritwell comes on through, SS1 investing everything, but everyone else just scatters off, using terrain to be able to obscure that line of sight. The moment that these ults are done, they'll just cycle back in. Hold position with the Viper ults or the Syra ults, and if we don't see the Spiritwell get capped in time, then SS1 will not be able to pick it up. Yep, there we go. IG roll up. It's their turn now to try to hold this base. Not Viper, but Syra V2 into Viper V1, just making sure that no one tries to step up and mess with them in the last moments of that Yang Spiritwell being capped, which means that everyone else has to run quite literally for the hills. WFG make a play for flag, using it to bait teams close to try to land the Viper V1.
But nobody is going to fall for that one. They quickly make their escape. And one thing that did get changed that is on this patch is that you can drop the flag now, which is quite interesting. So he had the flag, but dropped it now as he's invested his cooldowns. But it looks as though we're going to be fighting here. The ACOS ult goes down into the cage. Yao Wen trying his best to get into out of line of sight. But, oh, wait a second. The Viper's in here with me. Cyril coming through, trying to peel for him, keep him alive. Xiao Wen is still on his feet somehow.
I mean, it's thanks to Shen Yuan and Mist, like, both being able to go and occupy the other FPX player's attention. Now he does get taken down. Like, the fact that that was stun, powerful dazzle into Zyra F1 stun. You really do have to feel for that Justina, as IG are nowhere in this fight at the moment. They're just allowing the Yang depletion teams to fight it out, and then they'll drop down with Viper V1 like this. Hi, XXL! SS1 trying to make a play, turning the fight around, or attempting to, with that Zenda V2. Binding players up, but all that does is serve the purpose of stunning more players for IG to turn on to. Luye going low in terms of that overall armor. Has to try to book it into the confines of Shadow Jade Mines. Dodges the Akos V2 cast from Han and makes it out into open space, but now you have to take your chances against Moonbane.
You don't want to mess with the Moonbane. Moonbane is strong. And yeah, I think that now that that's dropped down, everybody is going to take a quick breather. Might see some fights ensue soon, but for the moment we're just testing the waters. Okay, we're okay. Floye narrowly avoiding his death. Don't want to get bounced around by the Moonbane hits. Oh, I thought, okay, the perspective changed, and I thought that they just got triple hit for a second there, but no, it was, oh, wait a second.
Oh, missed.
Oh, it cancelled his ult.
It cancelled the Viper V1 stun. I think they still get FPXs over here. Like, with the Syra, yeah, they'll get the V2. And then they'll be able to come through with one Soul Bloom picked up, potentially 3. Syra having to use the F1 to escape the Dragon Slayer follow through. We've got Draco Storm, by the way, on Spiritwell, and Dunk. SS1 are getting it for free.
Oh my goodness.
Which means that we're about to have Tianhai, Zenda, Temi, Draco Storm team roll up to the plate. Zendal already does bucket loads of damage. Now you're going to have Draco Storm on top of that. Yeah, there we go. SS1 cap it, and Luye's already got a player grabbed.
Oh my goodness. No double grab, or no re-grab, rather, as he's able to combo break out. Not able to catch him once again, but he's got another ult to play with in a little bit, so no worries. IG gonna be subjected to the Viper ultimate now. XXL gonna try and respond with his own, but not gonna be able to hold them down and keep them in place. And he has no teammates to back him up here, trying to survive. Oh, this spot right here is so hard to actually get over. Oh, the drop down. Wait, he had multiple defiance. He's sending them all. Parry! Beautiful! Wait a second. Can he do it? Overhold, combo breaker forced out, sent again, dodge the dazzle, but the Viper third party coming in, and Royer is ulting in this corner. Wait, we have 6 people alive all of a sudden, Moxie.
Oh no, missed, grabbed up by the Temi, the Zenda damage, it's too much. Wait, oh, just jumps back onto the high ground. SS1 just going to be absolutely shredding FPX's water, not having ult. Zhuan getting locked into position by the Zenda V2 into the Tianhai grab with all of the follow-up damage off of the knives. And this is SS1 cleaning up. Is this the first time that we get to see a Zenda comp MVP since they did not have the most amount of kills in the lobby? There was a team with 12. Which means that I don't know if it's enough for them to be able to secure it. No, FPX take it instead.
Unfortunate, but FPX did have quite a few kills under their belt, so good for them securing the MVP. We're playing for top 4, and a few teams, I would say, are pretty comfy. You know, you get a good start to your day. The second half can be a little bit less worrisome. Speaking of DRG, who I believe still are at the top, FPX making their way up the leaderboard, certainly But we still got plenty more Naraka left to be played, Moxie. There's still a lot, or still 3 more games. So nothing's said and done. But again, relatively close, not going down to the final zone again. We had a couple of those last week. It looks as though a lot of actions taking place earlier on this time around.
It's such a weird, like, zone close, too. Like, we had 3 Viper teams coming on first since we had the 50-50 split on phase 2. And then we go to Shadow Jade, which is like, yay, verticality for Vipers to drop down. But also lots of terrain for you to be able to break behind to block the actual V1 stun. So, like, the Vipers drop down and then have to run into the cave at the same time before it can snap through so that people don't just lose the ultimate. And it means that we get like 1 Viper ult, then the second Viper team comes in with the ult, and then the third Viper team comes in with the ult, then SS1 comes in with the 4th party, and it just like goes through this like really weird rotation of every team taking a turn and taking chunks out of the rest of the players in the lobby, and then no one can test SS1 for Draco Storm, which means that yeah, they just pick it up for free and sort of run the lobby from there.
Yeah, the giant Viper ult in the 3rd party just before that Moonbane dropped down. And it's a shame that the ACOS ult just completely whiffed. Otherwise, they would have been able to slow down SS1, as it was the Tianhai who narrowly escaped out of that cave. And that's what cost them that Draco Storm, potentially the whole thing. But no, it is what it is. Tianhai makes it out alive. And then comes out on top, but it's, yeah, I am still quite surprised he was able to actually jump out of that, you see, you were just like, oh, can he get out of there? He just leapt like 100 meters all of a sudden. Insane. I remember when he couldn't jump like that. Monks were very immobile. Now they're just high jumpers. But here you go with the standings for that game. FPX 15 points, SS1 with 14. It was very close. IG with 9, WFG with 8, and then it falls off a little bit. DRG on 5, 521, and Alliance on 4, and RW on 2. So it's a shame for RW because they were pretty high up the leaderboard leading into this game. There's giving room for other teams to ladder up, and there. Our stats off the back of that game for our MVPs. Less than 10k damage, but still 5 kills, and likely he's going to still get the MVP for his team.
Yeah, Syra for sure. 24k damage. That has to be the Syra MVP. So we can see the overall standings impact now off of the back of that. FPX will jump into 2nd place. DRG, quieter game, but because they did well in both the martial arts tournament and also our first battle royale game of the day, they had a little bit of a cushion to still allow them to, if game 3 was a wash, be able to retain their position within 1st and top 4. That, though, is our W's cushion gone. A 2-point score and 0 points off of the martial arts tournament. Their position in 3rd currently is carried off of pre-post points and their performance in the first battle royale match. Those advantages have now been used up.
Yeah, and the rest of the leaderboard looks like every other team bar one, being 5-2-1 at the bottom, is at 20 points or above. 5-2-1, having a rough one, but knowing them, I'm sure they'll be able to make a bit of a comeback moving forwards. But here, the highlights from that game, FPX catching 2 in the zone there, and this was absurd. That Enor disappeared. Insanity, the perfectly timed dual pulse sword RMBs just melting through that health bar. And then this right here, this was rough. This was rough for DRG. So they just got stuck in a really bad spot with the Viper and the ACOS. Really bad terrain situation for them. It is what it is. Speaking of terrain, this was madness. One of them was on top of the thing, and there was like a little pocket inside there. There's a lot of nooks and crannies in Shadow Jade Mine, which can be good, but also really bad if you just get stuck in there.
Oh, that's Nbpl. Like, Water's just pinned in place. There's nothing he can do. I really feel like we might actually see more teams turn to the Xander V2 when played with the Tianhai Tami. Oh, it's not the Syra MVP.
Yeah.
It is the Viper.
Yeah, I think it's always the player with the most kills. Doesn't matter how much damage they do. It's just all healing. It's always the kills.
Kills.
Yeah, less than 10k damage, but it's effective damage. And I bet you if there was some kind of CC score, you know, a crowd control statistics, I'm sure that would be pretty high as well. But we don't have that, unfortunately. But we do have quadruple damage reduction, advanced heal, and then 1 blue attack jade. That's all you need. Just get the Viper ult off, get them stunned, make sure they can't play the game. That's their job. And he did it very well.
You know what's really funny too? We started off with the fight for money spot where FPX used the salty res. That was the salty res. It was Water going in with the salty res, and then the team like hard chasing AV. But we'll be back with Game 4 after this interview.
好的，亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张欣。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post the game interview, and I'm your host today, Yu. So today we invite Yoma from Aliens. Let's say hello to audience， 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello。
欢迎尤马来到我们的赛后采访席。So the first question, how is the team's mindset coming into the intense reborn stage? Are you treating this like a final stand, or are you just staying relaxed and going all out? 那么也是想问一下尤马老师，目前到我们的这个复活赛第一局的话，整个队内的氛围无疑来说肯定是非常紧张的。但是想问一下，大家是把这一场比赛去非常紧张的当做最后的背水一战，还是说把心态放平，就是给大家一个最后放手一搏的机会呢？
放手一搏吧，然后平常心。
所以平常心其实也可以给我们赛事的状态，或者说大家的配合去带来一些更好的一些状态去面对到我们的复活赛。So I think I would just like to staying relaxed and going all out because I think a beautiful mindset can be better in the game. So let's move to next part, answer for treasure. So today's question is, how many kills did Team Aliens get in Game 3? A is 3, B is 4, C is 5, D is 6. So, after securing like point today, how confident are you about making the grand finals? 那么也是想问一下尤马老师，目前在我们前几局已经结束之后，拿到目前的一个积分，我看到我们中段的所有队伍其实积分来说都是非常非常接近的。那拿到这些关键的积分之后，觉得手中那张去通向总决赛的门票有几成的把握了？
就5成吧。
5成，看来还是相对来说，还会有一些保留的状态，没有那么自信，对吗？
对。
Okay, so for me, I think just like a half point to get into the grand finals because I think maybe our performance is not better in the in the game 1 and 2 game 3. So it's counting time right now. 让我们一起倒数3个数吧。3,
2, 1.
Yes, screenshot. The correct answer is B. So the last question. The reborn stage is mentally tough. Who on the team act as the emotional actor, or just like who are the color one in your team? 那么也是知道，我们目前的复活赛对所有的整个队伍来说都是非常非常艰巨，并且非常紧张的。在我们 Aliens 队伍里面，谁是那个稳定军心的人物，或者说谁是那个指挥的人物呢？
是我吧，他俩一个新人，一个很久没打的。只有我一直在打，所以一般都听我的吧。
所以尤马老师其实是我们 Alliance 队内的一个指挥，包括稳定去稳定一下另外的新人的这个心理状态。So I think I am the color one in our team, and I can get to I have more experience in our team, and the other players, other the teammates, just like they are because they are the new one into the Nbpl, so they maybe have not enough experience in the game. 那么也是休息一下，我们稍事回来。So let's take a break and we will back soon.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second half of the day here at the NBPL 2026 Spring Split for the LCQ. Last chance qualifiers, round 1 for our trios teams. And Dunk, already we're getting to see some new compositions come through. The Zender comp is starting to find its footing, and SS1 making the V2 look just as competitive as the V1.
Yeah, the V2 definitely getting some value. I think it does come down to the fact, I mean, in solos, it's pretty bad. In trios, you know, it's kind of it's the same concept as to why Monk is bad in solos. You know, you don't have teammates to lock them down and to allow you to get those grabs. So with V2, you can you got your teammates that can potentially set that up for you, set up the stagger, and then they're just, you know, they're stunned. As well as the Tumult synergy, where you just take away their ability to even dodge in the first place, which I think definitely pretty strong. Because as well, the V2 has a very high ceiling in that it can hit a lot of people all at the same time. So if you're in a situation where you're rocking up to a third party and there's just loads of people in front of you, you could potentially, you know, you won't hit everyone, but you'll hit a lot of people if you just instantly send it.
Spirit World fights as well. Like, it has a lot of value if everyone's trying to stack to contest those Spirit Worlds, which we have to talk about, Dunk, because the Spirit Worlds have had some weird situations for the whole of the Spring Split. Sometimes they're overly contested to the point that they despawn. Sometimes teams just get away with them for free. I feel like so many of these teams, like, they're so concerned about just getting kills on the board, being able to push their score up. If they feel like it's not a guarantee that they can get the Spirit Well, they would rather try to push for more kills and let another team get the cap, so that at least in the time that it takes that team to get the cap, when they arrive with the buff, they've already been able to walk away with some eliminations to push their standing up on the board, and it allows for teams to just keep it a little bit closer in terms of the overall standings. Because when you look at the leaderboard currently, honestly, most of the teams, barring maybe one, 521's a little bit further behind everyone, but everyone else very much competitive with being able to break into the top 4 still.
Oh, absolutely. We've got 7th place right now, I believe, is at 20 points. And 1st place, I think, is 31. So it's not very much at all. 521, I think, are on 14. So 521's the only team who have really, you know, got that little bit extra work ahead of them if they want to get into that top 4. But yeah, it's very competitive at the moment, and it's gonna be close. I think it's gonna be really close because, you know, there's no match point thresholds and all that stuff. Just your straight standard 6 games with 1 martial art at the beginning, of course, included. So yeah. This game that I'm gonna say, if going into this next game, if one team is able to pull ahead, especially those top few, if they're able to get a big game here, I think they will be potentially secured in the top 4 by the end of the day. So this next game is going to be really important for those teams at the very top. Also very important for 521, I think, because they need to get into that threshold, like 20 points or above. Otherwise, it might be too little too late once we get to game 5 and 6.
Yeah, what I think has been very interesting is that we haven't really had any one team being overtly dominant in all stages of the rounds. Even when, like, the team's MVP, it still doesn't feel like they're as dominant as, like, TE or YZG when they find their wins, or SR as well. Like, they'll win one realm of Yang, but not the second, and then they'll have to recover from Spirit Yang depletion, and then they won't cap Spirit well, which means that they'll then be hit by a second round of Yang depletion. And like I said, that's like the reason why I think the leaderboard is as close as it is. Even before, when we had the usual lower bracket runs for these teams to be able to qualify into, like, the stage 1, stage 2 finals, RW, when some of the other teams weren't present, were really, really good at just stomping everybody and hitting first place and retaining that stance. DRG also one of those similar teams, but today it feels like a lot of teams have closed up the distance.
Yeah, you have to stay competitive at this level. if you're not studying, if you're not practicing and making sure that you keep up and you stay on the same playing field as the the heavy hitters, as those teams that are willing to work for it, then you're just gonna fall behind, and it's gonna show, because the game is constantly evolving, it's constantly advancing. I think the level at which these players are at has, compared to last year, the same time, a year ago, it's definitely a few steps above. Like it's evolved even further. Every year we always say it, we've moved forwards to reached a new ceiling, and I'm sure that ceiling will be broken through in a year's time.
Especially now that we have new comps and like new heroes, new weapons that really do like push the envelope in terms of what is possible. Right? The introduction of flying knives, the introduction of like more ranged pressure as well. With the Xander ult, it's so interesting like how much mobility it gives her, the damage that it can do, but also the range that it means that you can then pressure players with. Being able to have multiple avenues of follow-up with your Tianhai or your Temu has always been really strong. And obviously as well, Syra too, coming into the game. A support player who, when Syra released, and we had the tracking stats, they used to track her heal stats. Now they track her damage. That's the main change that happened with Syra. People are like, oh yeah, support character, heals everybody. No. Syra has the mentality of, I heal my team by making sure that no one on the other team is alive to damage them.
Supports, by the way, it's always the same. They just gotta give the support players, overly absurd abilities and makes them just that good. I mean, it makes sense because. Does it make sense? I don't know. Anyway, here we go. The hero picks. We're about to go over to Holoroth. I was gonna say Sunny Shores, but it's actually nighttime. It's the Starry Night, Moxie's favorite map. And first off, we've got WFG and 521 picking their character compositions. Will we have an upset, or will we be sticking to the meta? I reckon it'll probably be meta for 521 because they need to stick to what's tested.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 521, they have to get as many points as possible in this round. This has to be the Hardy Eno Zip. Yeah, they're already locking it. My eye is more on what FPX decide to do, because that phase 2. Do they go Viper, or do we see the Xander turn instead? SS1, I feel, will probably try to field towards the Xander comp, because it's now their favorite. Okay, that's a Syra, which means FPX will play Viper Akos with it. Okay. 2 comps picked, 2 phases, both locked out. Now it's what gets picked first, or do we see the 50-50 split? Since the Yushan Justina has started seeing a little bit of fall off in terms of amount of times it got picked, Alliance will field it. But do SS1, or do they yet again go with the Xander Tianhai?
I don't know, neither do they. They still haven't chosen.
They're talking about it. There's discussion.
What do we want to play, guys? We could go for the Zhu one. Taka? Question mark? No. There you go. The Zhu one Yushan Justina Du composition. And now, that's 3 comps blocked out, or having their cost increased. I feel like, funnily enough, it's been a while since that's happened.
Yeah, it'll be Xander comps here. I feel for RW, DRG. Yeah, there's 1. There's 2. Now, like I said, I really want to see if this Xander V2 has caught on. I don't know if there's been enough time. Because if teams have been practicing this comp but been playing it with the V1, because as we said, until today, V2 was not played. I don't think you have enough time. V2 changes how you have to play that Zenda ult entirely. So I don't think, even when you've seen how successful it's been getting SS1 points and kills, I don't think you can just very quickly turn to the V2 off of the V1 within this short notice. I think you still have to stick with the V1.
Maybe. I mean, this is possible that they've tried both out, and it's just it comes down to, you know, they just see a little bit more value in that. But now that they've seen the V2 do well, they're like, okay, wait, let's try this. You know, let's try running the strat again and see how it comes. See how it turns out. But we will see. We're ready to go into game number 4. Our characters have been chosen. Will they be running V2 Zenda, or will they stick to the V1? Well, not much else is, you know, up for debate. I feel like every other comp is going to run their, you know, their expected abilities and ultimate variations. It is odd, though. It's odd to say that it's odd, but it is odd that there are now 2 of each comp in the lobby.
Yeah. For the first time in what feels like, about a month, we saw all comps locked out phase-wise. Also, something to note with OUG not being here today. Salvation Podium up for grabs entirely. You don't have to worry about OUG contesting you on Fireflies and then Salvation Podium rotation. So I feel like that's going to be a very hot contest fight coming on through, so that you can get your hands on the only legendary weapon early in the round before you go into that first realm of Yang. Although, we've seen in the past, having it early does not always mean that you get to keep it into the realm of Yang, since many times it gets parried away from the player that does carry it. Now, our Zenda teams are, well, down in this next phase, so yeah, V1 for DRG, and we have to wait to flip for WFG and 5-1 before we see RW, but I would expect the V1 for Youth here as well.
I'd imagine so. Yes. It is the V1. So V1, F2. One variation, though, I did notice is the Tumulks are running different ults. MY, I think, is running V2 Tumulk. And then the other Tumulk running V1. So a little variation, but that, I think, was it. I don't think there was any other differing ability choices. But here we go. There's the scoreboard just before we go into game. DRG currently in first place, 5-1 down at the bottom. So 5-1 need a big one. DRG, they want to hold on to the lead. They want to stay at the very top so that going into game 5 and 6 they can somewhat relax. But the name of the game is top 4, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be top 4 by the end of game 6 so that you can move forwards into the next round of last chance qualifiers. Are you ready, Moxie? Let's get it going. Are we going podium? No, we're going to the money spot down in the south with WFG and DRG scrapping it out.
Yeah, SS1 landed podium. Might be timing attacked by the teams landing up part north of them, but so far not. There's WFG's Xuan trying to come on through with an opening with these fist blades. Yet to be able to find it. They were able to get the pick onto MY. 2 versus 1. Now turning the tables onto DRG's Dongqing. Then turning option selection onto Kakashi instead. But here comes RW. They actually, I believe, landed alone on City of Tang side. Yuan's a little bit ahead of the rest of his team. We see Youth popping up now, which means that they're getting ready to try to take this fight. But they don't know what state of loot WFG are in. However, they do have ultimates because they went and grabbed Fireflies before. We get Xuan coming on through, not with the Ina ult just yet. It's Hardy ult coming out from Mist first. Zenda ult's going to be invested. Yuan playing on the other side of Firewall with the cannon looking to put pressure as the Hardy now puts the pressure onto Youth instead inside that Zenda V1 state. Youth loses the blue armor, They kite back into the Temi ultimate, but WFG do still have a few ults up their sleeve, but not able to use them because RW book it to Forbidden Seal and pop it with the Temi ultimate already in the ground, which means that RW are the only ones with an ultimate in this whole fight, and everyone on WFG just have to play to survive and get away before RW take them down.
Yeah, it looks as though we've gone to a bit of a stalemate. AB does have ult ready to go, so they want to chase this down, but WFG knows this, kiting away slowly. They're going into open space, open terrain. Oh no, they griefed the F2! No! They got the F2 and then somebody hit him and then into... Oh my goodness.
Forbidden Seal with the Tianhai. Oh, you lose the ult.
They're bound to be kicking themselves after that. They had the F2, they could have gotten the grab, and then we jump into Forbidden Seal. Unlucky, unfortunate. Oh, Moonbane, okay.
Yeah, WFG by Moonbane, and drop it on RW.
And they die. Where is this Moonbane? Half of it's not even in the zone, guys. This is a little saucy, a little bit trolled. Thankfully, they're not going to be pressured because 2 of them were still in the Moonbane. So it's not the end of the world, but not the best. They invested a lot and didn't really get anything for it, unfortunately. But now heading on over to the north, SS1 up against the Lions, and Revenge just pops all of a sudden. That's a gold greatsword for Mr. Fu over there. Hell yeah.
Oh, the RMBs from this purple pole sword as well from Luya. It's brutal. It's just so much damage. Yeah, SS1 must have uncontested got podium and then rotated north to be able to collapse onto Alliance here. As we can see, RW still actually chasing TRG. Kakaishi's just showing up around the outskirts of City of Tang. RW don't have their ultimates to play with just yet. DRG do have theirs. So they're probably going to be looking to at least chase RW away from these positions, but not likely wanting to take a full fight since Realm of Yang posturing up will be more important, especially if you're playing Tianhai. You want to be able to scale. And Dunk, you're going to be happy. That's greatsword. It's still a greatsword.
It is still a greatsword, as it should be. I mean, I say it a lot, but it's actually pretty good on Justida for sure, because you can get the one charge focus attack from the greatsword horizontal off of a freeze, and it's the highest damage focus attack in the game, single hit. So it's definitely worth it.
Has many nerfs now.
Yeah, it's been nerfed a lot over the years, so it's not as good as it once was. Like, Prime Pulse Sword was ridiculous. It was very, very good and hugely overshadowed Greatsword, but it's had its power taken down a notch, and now, to be honest, the GS is still it's pretty viable. For specific things though, it's not as versatile as the Pulse Sword is.
Yeah, it's still like Pulse Sword's good for Scale Rush. Blistering Edge as well is such a good soul jade for you to be able to have on the Pulse Sword. The fire tick, any form of fire tick in trios to deny heal opportunities is very strong. As it looks like FPX lost their hot drop fight, have to go all the way out into the zone to try to recover their game, running through stashes that players have not yet looted, on great armor as well, so they don't want to come into the attention of everyone else who's stacked on up. DRG, is that 3 tuners?
I think they're swapping it. They're okay, you get a turn, now you get a turn.
Oh yeah, no, there's one. Dongqing has a, yeah, and then they're just swapping up. And all using the emote to proc it before they go into this realm of Yang. Yeah, there you go. Fu has kept the greatsword. Will SS1 be able to get into this realm of Yang, which will be contested by DRG and RW and FPX all at once? They have such an advantage in terms of like weapon rarity, not in terms of armor though, as it looks like they all still have only blue.
Yeah, Triple blue, I mean, it's not the best. It is Immortal War, so getting purple, you have to be very lucky. But they're gonna make it in and not gonna get griefed. I thought for a second that their opposition RW got griefed, but no, all three are gonna make it in. Now we have SS1 versus RW. The golden greatsword flies to the sky, looking for the drop down. Junhuan ult is gonna get popped early. No Justina ult ready just yet. Needs to charge it up a little bit to get it online. Fu trying to find a way in, looking to chop at them, but it's gonna get okay.
Oh no. It might be Jeej. Oh, the Xander ult.
Okay.
It's just so much damage. Blue armor, not enough sustain the moment the double grab comes through. Oh, that's so rough. Not having that Justina ult to be able to try and get the freeze onto the Tianhai. Relying instead on the Yushan ult to create the space for your team to work with. But then playing in a space for the Tianhai to get 2 grabs off. Looking instead at WFG versus Alliance now. Extra one, a little bit low. Hides behind the pillar, gets a heal off. Dragon Slayers scooping up onto Revenge, taking it into a 2 versus 1 situation. The lockdown off of the light attacks and the jump LMB is just not allowing Yuma an opportunity to try to return fire, and WFG will be able to take it. Now, something to note is that 5-1, despite being the team currently in the lowest standings, did not go Realm of Yang. It looks like they went Spiritwell instead.
And not the earliest Spiritwell take, so they did delay it a little bit, but will they be able to actually get any value here? So far, they haven't gotten any kills, unfortunately, but they are on the hardy Enor zipping composition, so this is the game that they needed to catch back up and ladder up the leaderboard. But it doesn't look as though they're in close proximity to anyone just yet. They do find the bounty on the WFG, who are currently making their way through the valley with Vermilion Bird's-Mite. And they're going in the other direction, so we're going to have to start grappling to try and catch up to them if we want to get any value at all from this White Tiger's Brass. IG also rotating through the desert. They'll be closing in on Plume Castle shortly. Looks as though there's a team in soul form here. SS1 waiting to resurrect. Getting a feel for the environment before doing so. Checking things out, scouting the terrain.
Ooh, bounty onto FPX. Picked up by RW, since, yeah, we've still got players in soul form, like you said, scouting. Getting the lay of the land. What the really, like, dangerous aspect of this Yang depletion is that DRG have Yang depletion. And DRG are on a comp that all-ins you. Like the Tianhai, the Zender, the Temi, if they full sender and they get those grabs, a team will just disappear. The problem for them is that they're not the only ones with Yang depletion, so if the fight goes long and another team shows up to third party, or one of the teams with buffs decides to take advantage of it, that fight could spiral out of their control, as now outside of Plumed we have just full lockdown CEC. X1 might be on the Enor ult, but he sure does not feel like he gets to use it because he's just stuck in CEC 7 foul.
Having fun. And so did XXL just now. A little bit of a taste of his own medicine that gets locked down and taken out by the Hardy Ultimate. But now the Hardy himself is also going to be experiencing some fun and interactive gaming. But he has Vermilion Bird's-Mite, so he's all right. He gets to come back a little later. 5-1. They get their first kill of the lobby. Can they pick up a few more? They certainly need to.
Oh, DRG, I hear though, Dunk. This is the danger. Okay, Fat Milk dodges the Zender F2. The 5-1 do not have Vermilion Bird's-Mite. Nor do they have Yang depletion. The only thing that's going to force them to retain their position in this fight is they need kills. They know they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. They know that they're on a comp that should allow them to ladder up. They have to have a high-scoring round off of getting to play this comp because it's very rare that they'll get it back until we go into the mirror match. But if you stick too close, you risk being the team that DRG decide to all in. We've got that last minute of Yang depletion. Kakashi still got this Tianhai ult. It's just the Zenda doing all of the damage. The Temi ult as well, now locking Alliance down. Revenge is able to use the Hardy combo breaker to try to make it out into open space. So DRG have got 2 cleansers, but not the full team. And also not really wanting to commit the Tianhai ult with this many teams in the area.
And with this kind of terrain situation, if you pop the Tianhai ult and they just book it inside, just running away from you, there's some you can't go through some of these doors with the Tianhai ult with the Vastra state, so it's a bit of a pain.
It's the opposite of you must be this tall to ride.
Exactly. You are too thick, Mr. Tianhai. You cannot enter. Oh! Oh, and that was Pampy! I thought that was Kakashi for a second. He just slid off the roof, instant musket shot, but no, it was Pampy.
It was Pampy,
from somewhere
yeah.
off screen, just sniping him.
Well, Kakashi gets the bloom off of the back of that, though. 521 get the kill credit, but Kakashi gets the bloom, so DRG, all players cleansed. No one else left with Yang depletion, which means that maybe the aggression fades out, at least until the second realm of Yang spawns up. We're going to play friendly on shop. Everything is just, hunky-dory. No one overextends. No one tries to grief. That will all change the moment the Realm of Yang portal opens up.
Oh, for sure. We will see potentially some grief action, but for FPX, they are happy to just go for this Spirit Well. Triple blue armor, not the best spot to be in going into second Yang. It's all right for first Yang. The second Yang, teams going in are bound to be relatively scaled up. And 521 aren't going to be one of those teams with triple purple armor. They're heading in, trying their hand at this Yang fight. Going up against IG, who do have a golden weapon. So they are at a slight disadvantage there. Pampy going to be popping ult initially. They're also up against a counter comp. They're using the Hardy ultimate early to avoid having it shut down by the ACOS later on in the fight. Han, Fat Milk, clanking. Hardy trying to make something happen. XXL trying to catch him out of the air. The cube is used. Looking to prevent the reset. Fat Milk going to drop down immediately. Press the ult button and try and pull the trigger on some of these impales. Not going to be able to do all that much. Unfortunately, locked in place by the ACOS cage. Oh, wait a second. Weave! He's out of there! He weaves away, disengaged, doesn't get stunned by the Syra, but now he has to survive the Viper ult. It's a simple matter as he can just iframe.
Yeah, iframes for turns that you not have onto Han. Fat Milk now sets up the 2 versus 1 situation. Wind gust off of the fan, stuns up XX Moo once he's out of the Syra F1. Force the focus, so gets parried, but 521 have one of the other players fish for the return parry and will be able to come out with the win. FPX, meanwhile, grab the Spirit Well up. WFG still fighting. Looks like WFG are getting the lead on RW, and yeah, there we go. No timeout situation, which when you have the Hardy zip comps, very much a threat that you have to worry about. As 521 pick up Mystic Might and will now use this buff to get a good read of their surroundings and try to chase for more kills, because 6 kills is a good start, but it's not the game score that you want to be able to put your position of bottom to a different stance.
No, that is good though. 6 kills will take them up to that 20-point mark, which is what they what the 7th place team was sitting on going into this game. So they've equalized the scoreline. Now it's time to get ahead and try and ladder up further. But here is the replay for the other realm of Yang that took place. WFG and RW. Juan popping the ultimate very early, trying to lock down Youth. Does so, but will he actually be able to keep him from DPSing Mist, who's in the hands of the Monk? RW dropping all 3 ultimates right off the bat. And now Xiao Wan going to be able to keep WFG nice and healthy with that zipping ultimate ticking away.
Yeah, I think this is the danger that we talked about for that Tianhai comp, right? Oh, Stanchion Sky Pillar used for the silence as well onto you, and no opportunity to use any button. And WFG with the comp for just the long-lasting sustain. Big parry comes out off of AB, but you're just held in stone form. Even if you commit to it, Xuan's got the, F to be able to catch back up onto you. And that's the concern with the Tianhai Temi Zenda. If you exhaust all of your ults and you haven't got the kills and the enemy team's on zip, they will just be able to outlast you. In terms of sustain blow for blow in neutral, as RW now with Yang Depletion, putting a little bit of early pressure onto WFG. What's DRG up to? Dongqing, the only survivor on his team, playing out in the zone, not wanting to get turned on to by teams with Yang Depletion who are going to be scouting desperately. XXL, Viper v1, but no teams close to the tree to look for the drop-down third party open. And everyone's very much not wanting to make the first move here, Dunk. They know if someone starts a fight, the rest of the teams will look to third party it instead.
Yeah, and fighting a Viper in this open space is very ill-advised, to say the least. You don't want to be fighting a Viper out there on the lake, on the body of waters. There's no terrain to really hide behind, and you can just get caught out in the open and stunned into oblivion. But looks as though we're taking this one here. Whoa, wait a minute. We've got the first parry into the second with the golden pole sword. Big damage coming through. No ults into another. Okay, but he's gaming. AB is cooking right now with the parries, with the pole sword. It's doing so much damage. But the third parties, the fourth parties, the game.
Oh, the Zenda F2 tries to scoop water up into the Dragon Slayer's follow through. Yeah, this is the risk. They try to use the Temi ult advantage in the Forbidden Seal to be able to lock down the players before the Viper or Sarah could use the ult. But then Forbidden Seal, it's so big, it's such a giveaway that there's a fight occurring. Everyone else in the lobby just shows up for the third and fourth party and clean house. Like, IG goes out, RW loses the Temi but retains the Tianhai and the Zenda. But this is honestly just benefiting the rest of the teams.
Yeah, we've thinned out the lobby quite a lot now with that fight taking place. 11 players alive, 3 full teams and 1 with 1 player missing. But that could soon change as Youth trying his best to run away, but just not really able to. Quick musket shots. What was that purple flash? I don't know what that was, but anyway. Taking him down, taking the lobby down to 9 players. 5-1. Happy hops, hippity hopping around on the Spirit Well. Very chuffed that they're able to take this one for free, completely uncontested. WFG and FPX off doing their own thing. And now Fat Mill gonna try and take advantage of this double ult, but I don't think there's anyone close by to really get any value, unfortunately.
Oh, FPX are making a play for the flag though, which means that they're going to cross paths with 5-1. Oh, this is risky. Can Water live? Has the Viper v1, but that altar is also right next to a Forbidden Seal. Oh, this is so risky going for a play like this. 5-1 WFG just swapping to cannon pressure and turning onto FPX. Kiki trying to cover for a huge chunk of it with the Phoenix Blast coming on through from that longsword. FPX get the cleanse, which now means that WFG are the only team with Yang Depletion. 5-1 turning onto WFG. They commit to this fight because that allows FPX to potentially third party it.
I don't think they will. I think they were just sort of pushing them back a little bit. Get out of the way. We want to go this way. FPX going off to the left. But yeah, you're right. If they do take that fight, if they force something, then FPX is surely to third party. And WFG knows this, so they're going to try and follow FPX, I think, or at least get a read on where they've gone to.
But they're stuck with Yang Depletion. Like, they have to force a fight.
Yeah, but if they force a fight onto 5-1, not only is 5-1
third parties.
Yeah, they've got the buff, and they're on the same comp, which is the Hardy Eno Zip, which is already hard enough to kill.
Yeah, this is a rough one for WFG to find themselves in at the moment. They can't really commit to taking the fight, because if they do, FPX just get the green flag to third party. The fact that we have Forbidden Seal here again, it is wild how many fights Forbidden Seal has been present in this map of Holoroth. Here comes the Moonbane though, and 521 got hit by one of those AoEs. WFG trying to push them, now finding their position disrupted by Bane. Extra one having to take a heal behind the purple bush before they go back into putting the pressure onto them with ranged warfare. But in the meantime, FPX absent. You can't even find them on the minimap. They're nowhere near.
I think what's going on here is that at WFG, they're not when they're pressuring 521. They're not really intending on going in. They're just extending their Yang depletion by dealing some damage. They're basically just poking to try and keep their timers going that little bit longer, as you can extend it a little bit now. Waiting, biding their time until the next Spirit Well comes online so that they can extend it a further 3 or like fully cap out the timer to 4 minutes.
I mean, with Stanchion Skypillar too, it's really dangerous for teams to try to get close in case they get silenced by this, but FPX, they're not going to sit back and allow WFG to cap this for free. No,
not at all, but they could still do it. We don't know the progression just yet. FPX did make their way in. They must have, about halfway. Hardy ult has been used. Enor ult is ready to go, but Zipping has already pulled the trigger on that ult. And oh my goodness, wait a second. It's just exploding.
Oh, WFG try to walk on FPX, and FPX just ACOS cage. Syra ult. 521 will get the WoW for free. Fat Milk's already in Thunderlord state. Turning, putting the pressure, he'll get a second ult once this one ends, because 521 pick up Draco Storm for free. And this is the match that 521 required. Kills and likely MVP. If they can just deal with WFG before they turn on to FPX. Forbidden Seal's in play. Someone went into the zone to proc it. So 521 lose the ult advantage that they had previously. And this is now actually winnable for FPX.
I mean, you say that, but the cannon fire, it's just too much. The heavy artillery, 521, close it out, creating a huge advantage with those cannons. I think that was purple cannon with the Jades for sure. Draco Storm healing them that little bit, making it so hard to approach them with the no ult zone. Even though they don't have ult, you don't have ult, so very hard to really find a way in. Zipping F healing, keeping them topped up. 521 come out on top. This is the win that they needed. I was surprised. We were both surprised that they were having not the best day leading up to this, but there you have it. They came back. We said it, didn't we? Well, they're bound to come back, like going forward. It's like surely. 521, there they are.
I mean, yeah, we knew when they got that first phase and they got to play the Hardy Eno Zip, we were like, it's this game or it's nothing. If they don't do well here, then they might be out of contention for top 4. If they do well here, they'll be able to hit that momentum. I don't think they'll get to play the same comp in Game 5, but at least it means that you're slightly warm on the comp headed into a mirror match when everyone will be playing it. You got a whole lot of the limbs, you were the last team standing, and honestly everything went really well for them there. They were able to scale off of things like Realm of Yang, then they were able to play Spirit Well, they got both the actual Yang Well, and then they got the later Spirit Well 2 with the Draco Storm, which allowed them to be able to stand up to the pressure of the Forbidden Seal with so much incoming damage, but also sustain versus the whole lockdown. I think FPX realized, okay, no, 521 will get this. So we just have to use ACOS and Syra against WFG, who are trying to run and all in us to be able to cleanse their depletion because they realized that they weren't able to cap the well.
Yeah, in those kind of end games with only 3 teams alive and 1 on depletion, it's just if you can test the team with depletion who are going on the well, they're just gonna have to turn, and one team is just going to get fully sent on. But here we go once again with the answer for treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which team won in game number 4? Was it A, 5-2-1, B, WFG, C, IG, or D, SS1? You should know this if you were paying attention, but if you just got here, I'm sure you can copy off your neighbor in the chat. But yeah, good for them. Good for them. They managed to come back. It was looking rough, being 6 points off of 7th place in 8th place. But now I'm sure they've laddered up to be in contention for that top 4 spot moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that means that no team is out of contention for it, right? It's still almost dead even for a lot of these teams. In fact, I think some scores are actually fully tied, because we're not seeing teams get sent out of the lobby fully early, which then means that those players get rebirth charms later in the match and bring their teammates back. And as we said, it's still a mixed bag. No team is really truly pulling ahead and leaving everyone else in the dust. As it was, that's your answer, VN521, who were able to walk away with a 15 game score coming through. And yeah, to return to that point, we haven't really seen a team come through with upwards of 20 game score for any of our rounds so far, which means that these last few matches still very much all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is going to take them up to 29 points. With 15, that's 2 points off DRG that were in first place going into that game. So they've gone from 8th place to 2nd or 3rd minimum. Well, I mean, probably more like 4th, depending on how many points DRG and the rest of the world. Wait,
no.
29. Oh my
6.
goodness. So many points for those teams above them. Even they've only gotten to They've only gotten to 6th.
Well, WFG, DRG, and RW are all on 33.
There's
a dead tie between teams 2, 3, and 4. And then IG 30, 521 now 29, SS1 25, Alliance 23. All of these teams, like literally all of these teams, can get shuffled. FPX, not safe. WFG, not safe. Alliance, not set in stone last 2.
Yep, that's 9 points. No, sorry, 11 points difference. I did 9. 11! Maths on cast, always a great idea. But yeah, 11 points between first and last place. It's one game. It's one solid game. So all to play for still. And here we got the highlights off the back of that game. 5-1 zipping with the shark hat. That's just so silly. The shark head zipping. Dun 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 dun. Zipping's gonna flying knife you in the back. Come back here.
Yeah, the 5 seconds of royalty-free Jaws music, very much appropriate as the zip threat in the realm of Yang, and then here with all of the cannon soul jades, sending on out the RMBs from those flying knives, then swapping back to cannon, grappling you to hold you in the zone as long as possible. This was when 5-1 had Draco Storm, and it was literally just a case of target selection, find one person who split from the pack, all in them, look for the parry off of the grapple closer, and then come through with the kills to guarantee that you get the last hit. So all of the hard work that you do is not stolen away by another team taking your credit.
Yeah, it's just so much cannon fire. They're stuck at the edge of the zone being pushed in, and 5-1 just fully healthy. There's nothing really to be done at that point. If you're not 5-1, you can't really contest them. You don't have the cooldowns. You're in the no ult zone. It's just scuffed. Very difficult to come back. It was just an inevitable eventuality due to the whole situation. If FPX had chosen not to contest the team on the Spirit World just then, they could have given it up and given it over to them, or baited 5-1 into doing the contesting themselves, and then they could have been the ones third partying. But We'll never know. But Pampy is going to be the MVP for 521. Almost 16,000 damage, the majority of which done with the cannon. I was saying, the cannons were kitted out. Rupture Gale, Flame Breath, some damage Jades, Mortal Defiance. He didn't even need it, did he? He's just, it's always funny to see a Mortal Defiance in the stats screen, because it just goes to show they didn't even need it.
Yeah, because if it had popped, then it would have been empty. And would have been like, oh, empty space for Soul Jade, Mortal Defiance popped, but nope, they still had it. Also, playing their zip outside of the reaches of Forbidden Seal too, to make sure that, like, you still have the zip's ultimate going off to sustain your players when you're fighting both inside the zone but also the Forbidden Seal, was a very good play. There was not a lot that both of those teams could really do outside of just both turn on 521 as opposed to turning on each other. But as we've already established, every kill counts. They sort of thought that it would be harder to try to get those kills guaranteed onto 521's players because that's a sustained disengagement comp, and if you didn't all in manage to come through with that Aquos cage onto the Hardy, everyone just cubes out of there. So it was more valuable for them in terms of the long run to go for the players who were more attainable to be able to kill, which is why 521 got the pass to be able to get Draco Storm and run the rest of the lobby. But 5 and 6, Dunk, it's a stressful affair. Everyone can literally lose their position. No one is safe. Even the last time we had a lower round bracket, you could say like, okay, the teams on first and second, they can feel cozy, they can feel comfortable, they're like 20 points ahead of everyone. No one in this lobby can feel comfortable. Every kill will count.
Yeah, and I bet the teams that are about to be able to play the Hardy Enor zipping comp are pretty pleased with that, as it's now their chance to play the strongest composition going into this next game, their opportunity to get that lead that is going to make the difference. You know, it's not a question. At 1 point, 2 points, it's going to come down to the wire. So, hey, good luck to them. I hope for their sake they're able to do it. But the other teams now, they don't get to play it. They don't get to play the Hardy Enor. They're going to have to find a way to deal with it and try to find a way to get as many points as possible on a less than top tier comp. But I feel like most of the comps are still really, really good. You know, we do tend to see the Hardy Enor zip come away with the MVP more often than not. However, it's not to say that you can't win with anything else.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen other comps as well, not like MVP, but still come through with kills, right? Every comp so far today has looked competitive in terms of kills. It's just whether you've been able to fully scale off of multiple Realm of Yang wins or capping Spirit Well to give you that last little edge to go the extra distance and be able to come through with the overall MVP as we get ready to head into Game 5. This is our last match before the mirror match. So again, the teams in Phase 1 will have more of an advantage in terms of that too, because they'll already be playing the composition that everyone else will be on. So they'll be comfortable, they'll already know, like, this is how we want to play our timings. You don't have to worry about warming up on it when you have not played it for a while. As we can see, coaches with the binders, all of the drop locations squirreled away, so you can choose your drop fight wisely, because those first drop fights, they're going to be very influential. If you go into too much of a crowded area, you run the risk of getting third-partied by a timing attack. If you go after the wrong team on the hot drop, even in the free versus free, and you lose your revives early on, plus all of that loot, you could then potentially be getting caught out when you try to res into the zone by a team that's scavenging for kills there, and going out with 0 points in the second last round is an absolute no-go.
Yeah, the championship round, as Raven likes to call it, the one that sets you up for the final game, sometimes and more often than not, the more important game that is more important than the last one. But we will see who is going to pull ahead, if anyone. Is anyone going to actually be able to get comfortable in that top 4 threshold before we get to our final game of the day? It's It's tough. It really is. The lobby seems pretty even in terms of ability. They're all very close together in points. 11 points separating first and last. So we shall see. I reckon it will. I'm not sure actually. Do you think we'll see a little bit more variety again past the first phase, of course, because first phase is still pretty much locked. The only time we've ever seen it, I think, was today in the first BR game. But I don't know. I'm not sure if some teams are going to be more prioritized going into our fifth game. The Zender comp has been doing well. We've talked about it quite a bit.
But it's yet to MVP.
Yeah.
And
I
also,
will say the Zhuhuan comp's been underperforming.
Yes, that for sure has been happening. But we've also, like you already said, the Yushan ult to be able to stop the Viper ult is not as important as trading up in terms of just like iframing for the snap instead. SS1 second phase, I think that'll be the disruption if any of these teams decide to go for it. FPX, no way that you go for the Zender comp here with your Sheol. Your first phase, you're grabbing the opportunity to play the Hardy Eno Zip. Second phase, I think, is where we see the split. And now it comes down to, do SS1 want to go for something which for them has looked good, but could then result in the rest of the lobby getting a top-heavy comp through, which could then prove problematic to their composition in the long run? Or do you go for the meta staple, which has benefited everyone else in the lobby and locks the phase so that you get at most 2 of the phases?
Well, let's see. Okay. FPX, we're not being silly. IG, also very smart. We're getting it locked in. There we go. Moving on to phase 2. Now is where we have the chance of seeing something differ.
No,
Vipers.
Okay. Viper locked.
No? Okay. We could have seen a Justina variation come in there, but no, we are going to get the A-class.
Yeah, I think that this benefits SS1, right? If they try to play the Tianhai Zender comp, because they're in second phase, they could let 3 Vipers slip through. And you don't want 3 Vipers to slip through. Oh, wait, DRG. Matari?
You said it was your favorite version. I think it might be locked, Moxie.
Matari, Zender, Shenhuan Li. Interesting.
There you go.
So yeah, DRG is saying that the Yushan ult to stop the Viper ult's just not finding the same level of value. And they go for the Matari look instead. Wait, does this mean we get 3 Zanders?
Could happen. Oh? Wait a second.
Kylan?
Okay, I thought it was going to be another Matari. No, it's not.
Kylan Tianhai Temi. It's been so long since we saw a Kylan in trios. I mean, it's like the Takeda version, right? Where you're using the Kylan to just displace people to potentially have the Tianhai. Go for the grabs off of the back of it if you don't want to invest your Temi ultimate, or you can use the Kylan ult to open before the Tianhai or close after the Tianhai. There's a lot of versatility. What I am concerned about, though, is that that's Kylan without Zip. You couldn't play Zip because it was locked off of phase 1. Now you don't have the Zip to provide the Fs to allow the Kylan ult to continue dashing through as frequently.
True, but I think it's kind of like the Zender comp, isn't it? It's kind of like Zender Tamol Tianhai, because it's just used in the same way. Or perhaps it's better to say that Zender is like the Kylan comp, because that's what Kylan Monk zipping would do. That's what it was all about. You know, when the Monk and the Kylan synergy was that you could set each other up very effectively. You know, the Monk could be set up by the Kylan by the Kylan dash initially, or it could be that once you've got the grab, you can then the Monk can get facilitated by the Kylan dash, into the regrab. So it was, and then the zipping was just extra on top to keep the Kylan dashing and keep the sustain up. But with Tumulk, it's a little different. But I think it's all right. I think if they're able to execute well, they're gonna do well. But if they get disrupted on the initial ability rotation, it's going to be hard to come back because they'll definitely get out sustained by zipping.
2 Mataris is wild to see 2 Mataris. I mean, we talked about it. We saw Mataris in the Battle Royale. We said that there's a potential that it crosses from the Battle Royale meta bubble, or rather the martial arts meta bubble, into the Battle Royale. DRG take V1 on the Zender, so yet again, SS1 continue to be the only team 5-1, also V1. No one else taking the V2 variant. Everything else pretty much as we expect. But it's going to be so interesting to see how these Matari teams play.
Now we'll see Matari in the lobby. It's been a while. I think it's definitely got a little bit of counterplay to the Viper, so it definitely can do something, and especially if we're doubling down on the alt synergy with the Zender alt F being reset and all that stuff. It does give you quite a bit of power there. And with the Junhuan, you know, you can get double Junhuan F1s. Definitely gives you quite a bit of setup. But we'll see as we're going into game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. Our second last game of the day, and possibly the most important game for today, as it's very close. The scoreboard is all but tied up for the most part in the middle. But the first and last team only separated by 11 points. It could all change. It could flip on its head in one game, but we will see. We're about to get on the field. Now, IG and RW are going to be the first to scrap it out.
Ooh, Youth comes on for the very early Justina V1, which means that XX Nu is taken down before the Eno ult can peel the teammate. Yuan's going really low though, could potentially go down in this situation here. You've trying to turn on to XXL, but without that armor, it's looking a little bit vulnerable. Han's ult is about to end in a moment. Gets one last Thunder Spear down and manages to take out AB with it. Ooh, it's a 2 versus 2 situation. We've got the Eno ult, not on the field, but still having that F. But RW find the first pick onto Han and then turn onto XXL instead. Now moving over to Skygaze, we have a big fight going down between 2 Transformers, both Pampy and Xiaowen using the ultimate at the same time, but Pampy's already been able to find a grab into the slam. Xiaowen also gets a grab onto Fat Milk, avoids the jump coming through from Pampy. Samuel gets dropped. Pampy gets another, slams down onto Shuan, and we have the Kylan ult coming through on the field as well.
We do, but they're all separated by this Tumulk ultimate, making it difficult to really lock players down. But now the second Tumulk ult is going to get utilized. Fat Milk goes down. They might be able to trade. Tumulk Wisp is going to connect. Pampy doesn't mitigate any damage at all, just eats the single hit focus attack, but he's still trying to lock down the enemy. Tianhai, there you go, and it looks as though we're going for the res. Fat Milk is back in action and back on his feet. Parry from Pampy to open, taking the enemy Tumulk down extremely low. He gets eliminated. Soul Bloom keeping him healthy, and it looks as though 5-1 are going to be able to close out this early fight, securing the kills that they need to stay competitive in this lobby.
Alliance up to 1 kill, I believe, trying to secure Arcadia at the moment. Now, Celestial Barge is currently seeing a scrap between FPX and DRG. Water going low, goes down to the spear bonk off of the R&B coming through from Kakaishi. Teammates just a little bit too late. The Zenda F2 into Dragon Slayers with the scoop follow through. And DRG are making this comp look really strong. That Zenda F2 as a setup for the follow through off of the spear is oh so lethal this early in the game when you just don't have the armor to be able to live the consequences.
Yeah, you are just cooked in those kind of situations. Not much you can really do. In the 1 versus 3, now heading over to Alliance, they did indeed secure the Vulpine Essence, the red jade from Arcadia, and making their way over to the other side, to the west, to another unlooted area. Speaking of unlooted, IG going to try and take advantage of this spot being in the zone, but it's only zone 1, so no need to worry. Just don't hit any of the jellyfish, because they will bite you, they will sting you, and it hurts.
SS1, one set of purple armor on Mian. Going to the store just now. WFG out in the zone themselves. Still looking for any form of recovery, losing that Tianhai fight now impacts their ability to scale into this first realm of Yang, which is not a good position to be in, with both the Tianhai and the Kylan requiring good loot to have good damage and survivability on the ultimates. RW just trading some of those resources between their players, also wanting to not really get caught out by any teams early on their rotations. As first realm of Yang is going to be coming through in a moment. FPX just bringing their last player back into the mix. Alliance, we know they've got Vulpines. Going to be very close to RW at the moment, as Youth is just doing his chores, completing quests, getting money for his team, so they can try and afford things like Soul Jades and armor upgrades.
Soul Jade slots, very, very important. It can really make the difference, having that little bit extra damage reduction. Or if you have enough money, you can roll at the shop and get yourself a fight-winning Jade. Jades win games. It's harder to get Jades now. It's harder than it once was, but it's definitely still very important. Priority, if you will. 5T1 looks as though they've gotten every slot opened up. They are more than ready to go into our first set of Realms of Yang, as they are now gonna go. They're very close by, so I think it's a short trip over to that portal. WFG also relatively close in between 5T1 and IG, doing their last little bit of looting. Alliance flying over the top of Imperium using the catapult. FPX at the top, a bit far away. They might not be going for the Realm of Yang, or they're cutting it close if they are.
I think a lot of teams, most of the teams in the lobby, are actually going for the Realm of Yang, since it has more kill opportunity. Spiritwell is great as a consolation, but right now, of how close all of the teams are in standings, you want kills. Especially you want Vermilion Bird's Might. If you can get that, then you have the blessing to be able to just continue playing aggressive when the teams with Yang depletion are making their moves, and you can get more kills as opposed to having to hide out so you don't get turned on too. Ooh, 5-1 matchup versus IG, and there is a clear disparity in terms of loot loadouts. Full purple armor sets for 5-1 side, IG all on blue. If they get caught out by this all-in damage comp, it's not going to go well for them. Pampy's already transformed. Han, at least in the Eno ultimate, denies one opportunity for a double grab, but there's still two players on IG's team that can get caught out by it. And 5-1 are only using the Tianhai ultimate. They're still holding the Zenda. They're still holding the Temi. You're just using this to force the Eno ult and deny IG from getting to make a play off of it. Once the Tianhai ult's done, you go into the Zenda F2 to try to grab someone out of position, and now the true battle begins. XXL coming on through, cutting through the whole team with the Hardy ultimate, gets cut off from being able to follow through onto most of these players by both the Temiel and the Firewall coming out of that Zender V1. But so far, 5-1, not able to lock anyone down long enough to hold them and get the kills through, which means that now we go to long-term sustain. The Zip starts to lead ahead.
Yeah, and it's gonna be tough to break through the sustain, but they might be able to do it. XXL eating a lot of damage. Zipping for this team, also having lost all of that armor. The zipping ultimate, I believe, is over now, but that doesn't matter. Pampy goes down, unable to survive. 2 versus 3 situation. The Clanks come through. The empowered scale rush. The F2 is going to get the Dragon Slayer, but immediately shoved off, unfortunately. Parry. Wait a second. 5-1. They're coming back. They're fighting to the last. They might be able to do something. The bonk comes through. Such low HP thresholds, but it's not low enough. And IG able to claim victory. 5-1. The upset. They were definitely more scaled than IG going into that Yang, and yet they still fall. IG, hey, who needs loot? Just win.
Well, Alliance versus DRG here. Aethys Cage coming in. Syra V2. Yuma's getting so much pressure, but we get the proc of the Volpoint Essence that Alliance were able to secure, so the Viper yet lives. Oh, the V1 sliver of health, double jumping all over the shop to make sure that he doesn't go down. Armor swap as well on the floor for him to grab to have an extra level of survivability once the V1's done. Into the F, tries to find the setup, the Akos F2, looking to stack all of the players on DRG, and there's the follow through. Oh, that Akos F2 was brutal.
That was insane. They were at such a disadvantage because Yumar went in and missed his silence onto the Matari, so he couldn't pop the ultimate when he wanted to, and ate so much damage. Thank God for the Red Jade, otherwise he would have certainly gone down after that misplay, not being able to secure the silence. And here, now on the outside, they are scrapping it. This bloodbath, the carnage ensues, but we've got the red buffs. DRG dropping in with the Zender ultimate, making it happen, able to cleanse all 3 in a matter of moments.
Well, Alliance also starting to go low. DRG got their cleansers, so they don't want to stick around and get third-partied by the rest of the Yang depletion teams. Pampy holds the Tianhai ult, but Tamiel's already been invested. As IG coming on through. Vermilion Birds might be more than happy to continue scrapping this out and hunting for more kills, denying more teams as well continued existence in this lobby since they're fighting the Yang depletion teams with the highest scaled loot. Hands about to de-transform. Going to be vulnerable, but has the Hardy Cube to reposition and try to get out of this building, which is so problematic. The E0F comes in, but RW have marked his position and he's denied the escape. And RW pick up another elimination as FPX take down XX Moo, forcing yet another Vermilion Birds might to be stripped off so early.
I think that's all of them gone. And with only 2 players on Yang depletion in the lobby, they are. It's not the best spot to be in. 5-1 is missing a teammate, but still, it's salvageable. Not a single team has been fully eliminated from the lobby just yet. You can tell. I feel like everyone locked in a little bit more for this game. Everyone knows it's coming down to the wire. They need to be careful. They need to take as few unnecessary risks as possible, because this is the one that's going to make
look at the
difference on the leaderboard. Yeah, look at it. It's so close.
It's so close. 39, 38, 36, 35, 34, 32, 30, 28. This is the closest I have ever seen the leaderboard.
Yeah. The first and last team is still separated by 11 points as well. The difference hasn't actually changed. It's just the teams that have been shuffled around a bit.
Yeah, SS1 falling into last place. VN going to be losing Fat Milk to zone damage. Potentially Pampy falls here too. They at least denied 1 kill credit coming through from Alliance, but I don't think they'll be able to deny a second as Alliance trying to feed the Flamer. Oh, wait. Can't risk a double grab, but still get the kill onto Pampy, which puts them now at 31 points. 5-1, the first team in this match to be fully knocked out of the lobby, but it comes after second Realm of Yang. This is the longest we saw a full lobby survive in the entire duration of the split.
Oh yeah, this is the most teams I think we've ever had at this point in the game. Oh no, wait, no, this is okay. Here's yeah. Well, yes. I think I misunderstood what you said, but yeah, this is now we're at the second Yang. Now we're at the second Yang with DRG on their Matari comp, the first Matari we've seen in a while, up against SS1 on the Viper ACOS Syra. Can they mitigate the Viper ult with the Matari? Can he avoid getting silenced? I'm not sure if he has the. Oh my. Okay, he didn't even get to. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
That's the silence. That is the silence being on target and hitting the Matari, and then the Viper V1 hitting the rest of DRG's players, which means that yeah, this one's wrapped.
Unfortunate, to say the least. But moving over, we got FPX and IG going head-to-head over in the Enor ult. XX trying his best to avoid him, but he's not able to avoid all the chip. Now we see the cube come through. FPX are still in it. They're at a slight disadvantage in terms of loot. I mean, they're up against double purple armor and gold armor, I believe. Yeah, double purple gold, and then they have blue armor on 2 and purple armor on 1. Not ideal, and I think that is showing right here as we see one player already go down. Now in a 2 versus 3, already hard enough, but with such a loot discrepancy, I think it might be unwinnable.
Yeah, the parries as well from IG's end. SS1, IG winning their Realm of Yang, and that's crucial for SS1 because I think that actually changes their position on the leaderboard. They were last. Now they might actually have been able to push up into second last, as we've got ACOS Cage coming on out, trapping RW, who's just stuck, having to snap the tether twice, even in this Yushan ultimate. Mian still has this Viper V1. We'll wait for the Yushan's ultimate to drop before trying to use it. Now we get it coming through. But all it really does is succeed in pushing RW out of the fight. There's still other teams in the area who can look to third party this now that those ultimates have been removed. Teams like Youth, who comes in with this Justina ultimate, pressuring out FPX's players, although RW now out of all of their ultimates, not going to be wanting to stick around. They don't have Yang depletion. They do not want to be caught into a fight that they don't have to take because FPX show up and turn on to RW's split players instead. AB goes down, over now using that Enor ult, trying to shut down SS1's food, breaking away from the mix. But FPX were already able to secure 2 kills onto RW's players, and they'll just use it to get 2 cleansers.
Not too bad for them there. They haven't cleansed all, but it's enough for now. DRG still haven't cleansed a single player though. They're ticking down below 2 minutes now. They need to make something happen soonish. They need to do some damage, maybe extend the timer further. If they can't find a team to take a straight fight on, they might have to go for the Spirit Well, which will be showing up on the map relatively soon. SS1 looking very happy with themselves. 6 kills under their belt. Mystic Might still on. Alliance on 8. DRG. Oh, wait, they're very close to IG. I think they're reverse bountying them. So I think IG has a bounty on them, and they're sort of walking around and seeing when the threat level goes up and just trying to go in that direction. They find IG sitting in a bush at the edge of the zone. The reverse
Well, IG also
bounty.
finds them with the Mystic Might. But DRG, they have to take the plunge at some point. They're about to run out of time for this Yang depletion. Even if they keep trying to do damage, it's not really going to extend it all that much. Han, a little bit behind the rest of his team. No one else currently in the area. They're going to make a play for it. Out comes the Zenda F2. Kakaishi with the V1. We're all inning, trying to burn someone down early, but the cube is in play. And IG managed to reposition XX move, but it's only there for the Zip once. The Hardy ult's not able to push the RG's players off of the Zip's position, and she falls. IG now using this Eno ult still up will be able to put the pressure now onto Kakaishi since you don't have that Zenda ult available. And now it's just going to be a case of having to deal with the third and fourth party because, hello, here's SS1 and FPX to close things out.
This is so rough. It makes sense. DRG had to send it, and they're gonna be able to cleanse too. They lose Dongxing, but this is still gonna be hard for them to actually survive. Kakaishi is gonna get a second ult, having used his very early on in the fight, having time to generate enough charge to get a second, kiting further and further into the zone. He's not gonna survive. The zone 4 is going to cut all of that healing down. Just trying to stay alive long enough to deny the kill.
SS1 are here. FPX played to fight into the zone to get the last hit, and now SS1 could potentially hold them in the zone, but nope, Alliance instead. Oh, Dreadful Will.
Yeah, I think they got distracted. They saw this fight take place, but then they distracted each other. And team coming in from the zone is going to be very happy about that. FPX Kiki not very happy, unfortunately, getting it through V1. Not much he can do. His teammates off doing other things.
No. Over, that's so close. That Forbidden Sailor, it's so scary when you're a Transformer. Oh, they lost the Zip. Yeah, DRG actually bought Rebirth Charms. Which, did they manage to have the two players that they bought back dodge Yang depletion? I don't think they did. Yeah,
No,
DRG's teammates are all hit by Yang depletion. It's only WFG who have the Yang spirit well, and track down FPX is over.
Now, only the Hardy remains for FPX. And RW also in a similar position, only the Justina alive. And wait, did I just see a team? Oh no, okay. I thought I saw a team get fully eliminated all of a sudden, but no, it was they got fully cleansed, having just done the flag. WFG still patrolling, looking for teams to aggress onto, but not really finding anything. RW's youth popping the ultimate. FFQF, as they call Justina in China, because it's this character you just dash, grapple, dash away when you're being chased. So he's gonna be able to dash through this fight and get away.
Run them into the rest of the teams. Because Cage comes through from Alliance to hold that space. With Dreadful Will fall over. SS1 don't want any part of it, but unfortunately for you, he's going to be locked in position by Zenda F2 and held there. In the meantime, by the way, FPX actually used a Rebirth Charm to bring their Eno back after Yang depletion had gone through. Although I do believe that they still end up losing the Eno, and we'll have to try to res him inside this cave, which we can see the members trying to do at the moment. SS1's Mian might interrupt this. Yeah, there we go. They have to leave the body. That's really rough for FPX because that's that player who was cleansed. It's just water, having to take his chances against Moonbane and all of the ranged spam coming his way. Venom tips and F2. Oh, this Hardy is just public enemy 1 at the moment. And there he goes.
Only it was the dual flintlocks to finish him off in the end. Stuck in the middle, can't get away. It's just impossible. It is what it is. DRG, I think this is the only team with a blue armor. Dongxing on the Matari with blue armor, not great, but it's okay. Matari is slippery, hard to hold down, but are we gonna be contesting at this Spirit Well is a question. I don't know if we can, with Tianhai being at the center of it all. Jiao Wen popping the ultimate very early. Dongxing tries. Oh no, he just gets grabbed.
Yeah,
oh,
grabbed. Thunder F2. Oh, Xiao inside of Tianhai state. The Zender V1 melting this Tianhai. There's the Forbidden Seal. They get the Temi ult down in time, but they have to pop the Forbidden Seal defensively, and it falls just out of range of the Spirit Well, which now means that everyone else uses their ults there instead. SS1 fully committing in both the Akos Cage, the Cyrus Stun Dazzle, literally everything that they have available. Big parry comes on out. Second Akos Cage comes through from the second Akos team. That's Alliance, but that just locks SS1 into the Spirit Well to hold the space down. There's very little actual follow through, as we're still seeing contests before they can fully pick up the buff though. Every now and then someone does go out, but now the buff's being grabbed. SS1 gets second cast of ults plus Draco Storm, which means that SS1, I imagine, will be cleaning up all of these players who are forced into the Forbidden Seal or have to hold their ground against the team with Draco Storm.
It's definitely a tough task getting away from Draco Storm with it being Viper, Akos, Syra, SS1 looking like they're gonna be able to control this entire lobby moving forwards. Mist trying his best to get away, but where do you go? There's nowhere to go. He's going to the sky. Look up. Look up. How is he still alive? What?
I mean, they found
still going.
MY instead. The attention is split. They have shiny new toys.
Ooh, look at that. Over there. Ah.
Oh,
yeah.
Last kill. Can they find it onto Alliance's Akos? Oh, the F2 stops Fu from being able to chase him down. But yeah, you'll full send into the zone. And off of that, SS1, I actually believe, platform into second place.
Yep. It's what we were saying earlier. The difference in points is so small that anyone can go from bottom of the leaderboard all the way to the top. But it also goes both ways. Anyone at the top can fall down. And unfortunately, I think 5-1 going out early on, being the first team to be fully eliminated in that lobby, are going to be going down to 8th place. With DRG going even further up. I think they were at 46 last time I looked. They might still be, I think they're first still.
DRG are first, and then SS1 jumped to second, which was the change in the leaderboard as that game closed out. But still very close. I think first and second are further ahead. They might be about 10 or 12 points now, split off from the pack. Everyone else is still within the 30s band though. Like it's going to be like 38 down to around about 32, I think is where everyone's points currently falls. So still literally all to play for in the mirror match. If the teams, even in first and second, if they have 0 score in this last game of the day, they could still be pushed down to the bottom 4, just like the teams at the bottom 4 currently could be able to elevate into the top 4. So yet again, Nbpl continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. And speaking about gifts, we've got some special gifts to give away to y'all in chat. If you can answer this question: who got the most kills of all of the teams in Game 5? Was it A, Alliance, B, WFG, C, DRG, or D, SS1? Get your answer into chat. Make sure to keep an eye to see if you're the one whispered and have your UID ready to go so that you can give it over as quickly as possible. But Dunk, here we go, yet again. Game 6, still no clue who's secured their spot. This just continues to be the storyline of the spring split. We do not know which way it will go.
No, we do not. I think it's safer to assume that the top two at the moment, although they could theoretically fall down, below that 4th place threshold, it's safe-ish to assume that they will likely end up in top 4. But as we've been saying, it's not actually secure. Nothing's set in stone. It's still too close to call. So yeah, I don't know. I think there are some, teams at the bottom. They're gonna have to, really do very well if they hope to overtake those at the top. As it's still the same difference, but that means that you have to achieve that, and then make sure that you get even more to, compensate for the points that the teams that you're trying to overtake, depending on how many points they've already gotten. It's not easy. But we're all on the Hardy comp. We're all on Hardy, Enor, Zipping going into this final game of the day. Mirror match. So the team that everyone seems to do so well on now is available to all. But if everyone's playing it, that means kind of no one's playing it, or no one's able to take advantage of it over other comps because they don't happen to be here in this last game of the day. But here are our standings, our overall standings. DRG, the only team who I would say are a little bit comfier with 47 points, sitting at the top. SS1 in second with 41.
Yeah, but still not totally comfy. You're still within distance of everyone else, because FPX, RW, currently tied on 38 points, so still feasible for them to be able to displace DRG. If DRG have a bad game like they did game 4, we could still see DRG take a fall into the bottom 4 if 5-1 Alliance, WFG, and RW all pop off at the same time. What's comfy for DRG and SS1 is that you won't be the first to fall. That instead falls to IG and FPX. FPX especially because you're currently tied, so if that tie continues, it goes down to highest amount of kills, and then if that's a tie, highest amount of damage done for the whole day. Would be crazy to see that come into play. It's very rare that we get this even a scoreline, as we can have a look at the highlights coming on through from the second last game of the day. And honestly, a lot of these teams much more cautious in comparison to the rest of the games played previously.
Yeah, everyone going into this game, they calm down. They're like, okay, we need to chill out a little bit. Let's not get too aggressive, because one slip up, we go out, it could be over. It could be the difference that keeps us from getting to that top 4, because that's what it's all about today, ladies and gentlemen. We're not necessarily fighting for first place, we're fighting to get into the next round of LCQ, as only the top 4 teams will be moving forwards to then have a chance to compete in the grand finals if they can get top 4 in the next LCQ day, which is on Sunday for trios. But here we have our MVP, and it's going to be the ACOS, the Tiger Man himself. MVP for Luoye, 17,000 damage, and look at that again. We got Mortal Defiance in the inventory. Didn't even need it.
Jabbing as well on the staff, but most of that damage coming through from the pole sword of all weapons. But say goodbye to the ACOS. That's the last time we're going to get to see that composition in play. Moving into the last game of the day, it's mirror match time, which means, Dunk, lots of sustain and very hard to be able to lock these kills down. Like, that was a very cautious lobby that took a very long amount of time before we saw actual teams knocked out. Same could potentially be said for game 6, but if it goes that way, we'll have to see. We'll be back with that after this short break.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we're about to head into our final game of the day, and it's for all the marbles, for all the points. Are we going to see those teams in the bottom ladder up and secure their top 4 finish for the day? Because that's what it's all about, isn't it, Moxie? Those teams at the bottom, they're sweating, the 5-1 being one of them, but I'm sure that it's... they're still feeling it at the top because it's very, very close. The scoreline, I don't think has ever been this close, has it, Moxie?
I feel like 5-1 though, there's additional pressure on them currently because they got to play the Hardy Eno comp and it did not go well for them. Not that game, but the game before. As we can see, here we go. This is going to be game 6. We get the Hardy, the Zipping, the Eno coming through since it was picked the most out of all of our comps. I love that now we actually have to have the Tianhai Zenda Temi there because of SS1 deciding phase 1, let's lock this comp instead. But no, the way that the mirror match is worked out is that the most comp played the most times in phase 1, that's the one that is picked as the mirror match. So because 7 out of 8 teams apart from SS1 went with that one, that is the one that everyone now plays. So you won't see phase selections, we'll just go straight into stage and then ability loadouts. But I mean, is there going to be any change up to ability loadouts? I doubt it. This comp is pretty much as default as you can get. Very little deviation.
Yeah, let's see one of the Hardy grapple ability Fs, just for fun, or fire Hardy, fire roll, stop the sustain. But I mean, I'm joking because Cube is basically the only thing that keeps him relevant in trios at the moment, because Cube is Cube, isn't it? But yeah, so we're going to be heading into our 6th game of the day with the mirror match. It's what we expected. We didn't really, I mean, after the first game we were like, wait a second, is another team gonna disrupt the norm? Are we going to see another team pick something different in phase 1? But no, it only happened the once, and I reckon that will probably, it'll stay being the one time for a while at least. But here we go, the standings, Moxie. 47 points at the very top, 32 at the bottom. The difference has changed. It was 11 leading into the previous game. Now it's that little bit more, 15 points difference. So, I don't know. But then again, you only have to be top 4. You don't have to be first.
Yeah, so you're not looking at first, especially if DRG are able to start getting points on the board. That distance will just continue growing and growing. Ideally, you're looking at the 3rd and 4th positions, like IG, FPX, those are obtainable. Very much obtainable. Like FPX putting so much stock into the Sender comp, maybe they haven't put as much time into the Hardy Eno comp, but then again, I feel with how frequently you play this comp, you have to know that it's the mirror match comp, right? So you have to put stock and time into it. But we'll get a good POV to see which teams are the most favored on this composition when we do look at the loadouts, because that will also give the average hero points that they're able to put on the board when they play these comps. Yeah,
average points. It's I reckon it's probably going to be on the higher end for most people. It's just going to be who's at the top, who's managed to get the most value out of this comp overall. But we shall see. In solos, it's if you're over 3 points average on a character, you definitely know what you're doing with that character, because in solos 3 points is actually quite a bit. In trios, however, it's a little different. I don't know what a good threshold would be to say, okay, this team, just they know this comp in and out, they're able to always do well on this, because in trios it's different.
T's around 13 for when we see the average points that they have on their comps. So I think 13 is a good judge, as most
13.
of... Yeah, but most of the other teams are like 9. So I think if you're in the bandwidth of 11, 12, 13, then you're very good at the comp, and then like obviously if you go somewhat below that, then potentially there are struggles. That, or you just have some really bad luck running into mismatchups.
Yeah, I think maybe 10, 11, 12. I think being above that, you're really solid on it. So we'll see. We'll get to take a look at that in a little bit. But yeah, as we said, likely no variations in terms of ability. We could see a little bit of, get over here action perhaps, or some anti light attack zipping Fs, but there's no need for any of those things. That's the for fun. We're not playing for fun. We're playing to get top 4, because if we don't, we're going home, and it's not what we want. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready. We know what they're playing. We know where they're going. We're going to Morris Isle. Sunny day, no fireflies. It's midday. It's noon on Morris Isle. Hot weather. There's barely any clouds in the sky, but there will be hardies in the sky. And here we go. Can we spot the difference? These are the same 2 pictures.
These are the same. These are the same 3 pictures coming on for everyone's F1v1, F2v1, F2v1. Yep, no deviations, but we do have deviating heart rates. DRG, we've got 1 on 133. 152 on the side of RW, which just jumped up to 155. DRG 521, both going to be dropping close by. FPX SS1 also going to be having a fight right off of the rip. WFG RW and Alliance going for IG. Interesting that a lot of teams are actually dropping on the team that's sometimes the closest to them in standings.
It's funny how it works out like that. I think it's pretty unlikely that they're all able to always tell exactly who they're landing on, and to be able to predict that, because not only are people trying to predict where certain teams are landing, they're all also taking into account that every other team's also trying to predict those things. Though they're trying to be unpredictable whilst simultaneously trying to predict others. So it's unlikely, but yeah. Funny how it works out, but anyway, we're on the ground. 5-2-1, scrapping it out versus DRG. Kakaishi eats a lot of damage. The parry got griefed. Wait a second, Fat Milk might have trolled everything. The ults are online. I think he trolled. I think he done goof, Fat Milk. Although he did some damage, he prevented one of those players from just straight up going down, and Pampy will pay the price as he's the first to be eliminated in this fight.
Oh, DRG get both the Hardy and the Ina ult up. And like you said, 5-2-1 already missing the Hardy, no cube. For the Zip to be able to escape, so I think Akame goes down here. Yep, there we go. That is not the start that 5-2-1 wanted at the bottom of the standings right now. W also losing the hot drop fight against WFG. Yuan and AB just trying to live. AB so close to the Hardy ult. Big parry into the jump LMBs. Might actually give an opportunity, but no, he's lost Yuan. Even if he uses the ult here, it will just be to get away himself, as opposed to setting up his Zip to survive. Can we get a pick now onto Xiao Wen? Parry onto the Zip, but he's just too low and he can't hold his position to follow up and find the kill. Drops by the Forbidden Seal, does not proc it. Does not want to lose that Hardy ult. And WFG really wants to be able to lock down this kill, but AB, wait, you've rezzed. Are we trying to bait them to our players? No, I think we're just baiting them away from our Reza spot.
Unfortunate. He almost got away there. I think they were low on grapples. So if he didn't hit that pistol shot, he might have been able to keep them keep them from getting the kill if he got up and away over the top of those rocks. But it was not to be. He does go down. And FPX showing off their bling. They've got the purple armors, 2 of them, which is just crazy at this stage. Alliance have 2 blue armors. Oh my goodness, and DRG have 3. Okay.
Well, I mean, FPX got 3 kills, which is why the positions of FPX have shuffled. FPX are now 2nd, SS1 3rd, IG 4th.
Alliance on 3. They've managed to go up a little bit. 5-1 is falling further behind. They still haven't picked up any points. 6-point difference between them and 7th. Between them and Alliance. But after that initial fight at the beginning of the game, it looks as though things have slowed down, settled down a little bit. Teams are trying to recover, and teams are trying to scale up, spending the money that they've earned from taking players down. IG in shambles, unfortunately. Still all homeless. We've only got 2 blue armors and 1 white armor with blue weapons. Not the best spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you can be risky in a hot drop fight, right? But now that you don't have those revives, you do not want to overextend, because that means that you potentially got your chances of continuing in the lobby while also giving kills over to a team that could then overtake your position overall. As SS1, the Flintlocks slowly chipping through some of 521's health, but not, again, going for fully committing to the fight, since everyone just wants to be able to slow roll up, play the realm of Yang. But since it's the mirror match, that means that everyone has the same comp into the realm of Yang, and the potential for timeout situations becomes that much higher with Zip and Hardy's survivability. Hardy is going to be able to space away from the Eno ult coming on through from IG's hand, as Water sets up the cube for his team so they don't have to match the Eno ult. Han's going to be out of Thunderlord state in a moment too. Looks like he has a bounty on his head. As FPX taking advantage of the absence of the Eno, turning onto Over instead.
Not great. Over caught out a little bit, forced to use that ult. And now making himself vulnerable as all these players just disengage, run away. They've baited the ult out successfully. Now they could potentially look to re-engage a little bit later on, but Water is under pressure, taking damage. They're in the cave, in the tunnels. This is a very interesting spot to be fighting. And we usually see fights here at the beginning of games, but it's already kind of past that point, and we're seeing another fight. And IG are really, they really don't want to be here. They want to disengage. I believe they've already used their reses. It could be over for them if they fully go down.
Oh, XX Moo, I don't think survives here.
Oh,
it's
no.
all up to Han. He's got the Eno ult, at least. Out into the zone, it's early on. The fumble of the grapple, that was his last one as well. He can use his ult to health reset, but Kiki might decide to fully commit, chase him down into Horseshoe here. If he uses his ult for the health reset, there's a forbidden seal right there. FPX want this chance to take this team fully out of the lobby for good. Oh no. Here it comes. Han grace FPX, or IG goes fully out. There's the Eno ult being forced. Han knows he can't fight this out. He just has to go deeper into the zone and hope that the draw of Yang takes FPX's attention away from him. But FPX are relentless. They smell blood in the water and they just fully commit the chase.
He's got nowhere left to go as well. He's coming up at the edge of the map. He can't even keep going, I don't think. Is that him eliminated? I think
That's
it is.
him gone.
Oh, no.
Lines drawn in the sand.
Well.
That's the team in 4th.
That's rough. But anyway, going over to the realms of Yang, we've got DRG fighting it out in the Yang. Cube's already been used. Up against 5-1. The first place team versus the last place team right now. And it looks as though It's still relatively even. Enor ultimates are coming out to play. But wait, actually, no, wait a second. I misspoke. That's a very delayed Enor ult. So they actually have it over the enemy team right now. And it might be kind of cooked for 5-1. They're in a bad spot, but Mai is taking a lot of damage in this Enor ultimate. The parry comes through. Not all that much damage is going to be happening. 5-1, they're stabilizing, they're staying alive, they're staying in the fight. F2 from Enor gets used, the parry comes through. It gets grief, but it still connects. And he goes from almost full to almost dead in an instant. 5-1, they're fighting back. They're showing why they're still here. Assassin's Lunge going to come through, connect off of that LMB focus. Now the target swaps are coming in. Oh no! Oh, he's 1 health and he goes down! DRG! Oh no. It was
so many
all right
twists.
for a sec there.
So many turns. Such is the way of this comp. Looks like you have the lead, and then one thing goes wrong. You give your opponent the chance of just like being able to sustain with 1 second, and that's all that's required to be able to turn the fight fully on its head. DRG, Alliance, WFG all winning their Realm of Yangs, all now having the opportunity with Vermilion Birdsmite to continue aggressively looking for kills and widen out the distance. And oh wow, WFG getting to go from Vermilion Birdsmite, Realm of Yang to also cap Spirit Well, meaning that they've got the full control of that space, and you deny a 4th team having buff.
Yeah, that's they're gonna get another purple armor, scale up even further, but for now we're looking at Alliance in a bit of a bad spot. Oh no, Yuma, he's very low. Does manage to roll off the ground and pop the ultimate, the zipping F coming in clutch, keeping him alive. But unfortunately, they went down the hill. Now he's got to get back up the hill in Enor ult, which is, yeah.
Yeah, but
Bit of a
FTX,
task, bit of a trek.
chasing IG, they don't have Vermilion Birdsmite. They're fighting a team who do. They've got later ults because they've still got Over's Enor ult to be able to hold their ground against this. But for Alliance, they can just actively seek to get these kills, because if they do, they push another team out of the lobby. Over comes on through of the Enor ult. FPX have to hold their ground and turn on to Alliance. Hardy Cube comes into the mix. But we still see that this Enor's doing a whole chunk of damage, and Yuma is going lower and lower as FPX try to track her down and get this 1 kill onto him. But the terrain, it's so rough for you to have to deal with the kiting potential. It's too strong.
This is not great. As Alliance, they still got 54 seconds and counting on this buff. If they're able to just get 1-2 kills onto FPX. Oh my god! Wait, the combo! The whip sword into the cavalry bloom. Ro Shui doing a lot of damage, but they're still alive. They're still on their feet. FPX fighting to the last, but 2 go down. The 3rd is still alive. The call is made. Run away. Get out of here. But we'll see if he manages to make it out alive.
I mean, this is not safe for FPX. They're on 44 points. Alliance off of that, by the way, 8 kills already, 43. WFG also tied for 43. And then SS1 41, RW 40. Both RW and SS1 can realistically overtake both WFG and Alliance. And then if Alliance and WFG continue adding to their points and push FPX out of this lobby early, that's their position set, which I believe just happened. FPX just got found by Alliance's Yuma. They're pushed down to 3rd. Alliance overtake. WFG and RW can all now overtake them.
Speaking of, RW ladders up. SS1 is fully eliminated alongside FPX and IG. Oh my goodness, Moxie. FPX currently the team to beat, the team to overtake, and frankly, I think that's pretty doable considering how close it is. WFG and RW 1 and 2 points behind. respectively. It's that's rough. That's rough
Yeah.
for FPX. That is rough. 5-1. Fortunately for them, they were able to cleanse 2. They lose one of their members, but as I say that, we see him come back to life. Rebirth Charm is used. RW lose a member to the Yang depletion, unfortunately, but I imagine that they too will be able to buy their teammate back. There we go. Does come back to life. Very close to
5-1. I guess 5-1 don't want to risk it. Like, they probably heard the res, but they don't want to risk it. As it looks like WFG also not risking Yang depletion. They go Spirit Well instead. Wise move, I think, for them. They have 7 kills. Like, just pick up buff, pick up good loot. Don't put yourself into a position of going up against one of the teams leading the lobby with all of that gear, potentially lose, and then be hit with Yang depletion.
Yeah, Yang depletion here will be devastating. You know, it's recoverable, but it's, you know, you just don't want to be in that position. And considering how many teams have already been eliminated, you know how close the score lines are, it could just be, you know, let's not bother. Let's not worry about it. Wait a second, 5-1, get it for free.
Yeah, because it looked like they were going to challenge DRG, but Alliance actually go through the portal first. So this is actually really bad for 5-1. They're denied the opportunity to get 3 more kills.
True, but I think that considering that one of them was only just brought back to life and they were on triple blue armor, I think it's probably for the best. In the long run, if they're able to get the loot to actually contest some of these scaled teams, it might be able to do something later on. And if they go into Yang with such little loot, it could be too much of a risk. But this is the risk that Alliance and DRG are happy to take right now. MY getting threatened by the Hardy, taking quite a bit of damage. Might be ult in time. There we go. Popping the Enor ult and immediately try and jump on the enemy Hardy. The enemy zipping. Not really getting anything, unfortunately. Just scrapping it with the enemy Enor. Oh my goodness, wait a second.
Kakashi is down. Oh, that's advantage for Alliance. DRG now missing the Hardy. MY is about to run out of ult too. Attempts to go for the 1-2 from the longsword, gets hit into the uppercut combo from the Kaplan. Follow through though. And Alliance now take it to a 1 versus 3 situation. Yuma looks for the parry, jump LMBs. They'll just leave Dongqing to die as late as possible so that the buff remains as late as it can when you go into the open map. Outside, WFG scrapping it out here with RW. Bounty in play, Unol on the field. 1 taken down into the execution stance. Youth looking for the parry. Misreads the timing. Utilizes the Enor F to display Shuan instead. Charged RMB. Gets clanked against before it can be found. Hardy Cube to change the position. Players go up onto the rooftops. Hardy ult now to try to just intercept and not allow you to full send these focus hits. As you've got the Zip putting pressure with the fist blades into your back as well. But they spent too long, and now a third party opportunity rolls on up. Here's DRG.
WFG, they're looking alright. They've still got the White Tiger's prowess. As I say that, it goes away. So they're still pretty healthy, but they don't have cooldowns available. They don't have their ults. So they're going to try and disengage, hoping, praying that they don't get focused down on their escape. DRG with Yang depletion, they need to find something. They found this lone Hardy. The parry comes through, Mist goes down, able to cleanse one of their players. DRG continue to look for more kills to find. 5-1 chilling. Yeah, look, this is a huge contrast from what they were on before. Double purple and a gold armor, but they're gonna need a lot of kills.
Points left. That's the problem here. WFG also having to use a rebirth charm in a moment to buy the Hardy player back. Like, they need one more kill to tie with FPX, 2 more to eclipse their scoreline. They're able to bring the Hardy back. Alliance are close, could potentially contest this. But I think they'll let it go instead. They know that there are still teams with Yang depletion. They don't want to start a fight that then allows for the opportunity to third party. FPX are going to be so nervous watching this whole lobby play out. DRG, they're safe. 54 points, they're in a good position. It's up to Alliance, WFG, and RW to realistically scrap out. For these last few positions, Forbidden Seal is activated. No one's on Temi, we're all on the same comp, which means no one gets their ultimates, and we full send into neutral. Enor F coming on through. If you have any Fire Tick Soul Jades as well, you have an automatic advantage to beating the sustain of your mirror, and that threat alone forces everyone to just kite away from the fight. DRG showing up, see the Forbidden Seal, still have 2 players on Yang depletion, want to be able to third party into this fight, but so far no one wants to make the first move. There's only 1 team left with Yang depletion, and no one else wants to start a fight to allow them easy access to cleanse it.
No, not at all. DRG looks as though they've found a spot to start a fight. Merciless Havoc is in play, gonna make it very hard to push in, actually aggress onto Alliance, shoving them back. Alliance pretty happy, they're just vibing. They got Cavalry Blue, Merciless, and oh my goodness, and Blazing Cyclone. I don't think anyone can contest that Yang, that Yang Spirit Well. I don't think it's
trying.
They're sending it.
I mean, they do have Yang depletion, so they want to try to stop.
Yeah, they have to do it.
Because this is the only way, one, that you'll get a fight, or like gets parried, picks the weapon back up, but you're coming under so much pressure from this Hardy. Yuma's taken down though by Kakaishi, which is a good start, and now DRG actually, do they turn their attention to try to catch Alliance? The problem for them is this is Celestra. It's so hard to be able to pin these players down even before you factor in the zip, the Hardy, the sustain, the disengagement. They've been able to get revenge against the wall, but he just flips through the window frame. Oh no, MY stuck! He can't get the Thunderlord staying through the window! And 5-2-1 might scoop the kills instead!
I think they will. 5-1, this is exactly what they needed. But unfortunately, the kill is stolen. Revenge is going to go down to DRG, but Fat Milk has another ult ready to go. They have the buff. They need to get as many kills as possible. So we've got a cleanse coming in with the flag. RW about to cleanse in the zone. It's not the best spot, but they're going to be able to do it regardless. Now Fat Milk using that second ult to try and lock these players down as they come in from the zone. Everyone moving in unison, trying to stay safe and at the same time look for any opportunity to jump in and get just one kill, because they all know one kill, 1 point can make all the difference. It can mean going home or staying in it.
RW got one.
Day.
They got one onto DRG with range, which ties them with WFG. 2 teams on 43. WFG, though, now on 45. Breaks them into top 4. And off of the back of that kill onto Pampy, RW push FPX out. And I think, Dunk, that we have our teams, unless 5-2-1 can pull off a miracle run, get every kill credit here. This is the top 4 teams worked out, and the top 4 teams that we send forward into Sunday's round 2.
You might be right, Moxie. Even though everyone likes an underdog, okay, yeah, he's dead. It's over for 5-1. The timing! Oh my goodness! He's about to start, you know, a little spiel is. They can maybe do. No, he's dead. He's in a corner, getting blazing cycloned into oblivion. And speaking of being put in a corner, so is Alliance's last member there, and we go down to 2 teams, Moxie, before the endgame Moonbane has even finished. Oh my
WFG and RW, who are still tied for 47. And like, both of these teams will fight to the end because they don't know if they've done enough to make it into top 4. We've got the Spirit World coming on for Blazing Cyclone, shown off by Xiaowen and AB. Oh my goodness. Hits of damage coming on for Hardy Ultimate, displacing onto RW's Youth. Trying to force that Eno Ultimate a split moment earlier than WFG's to have the later impact, but Zhao Wen has gone down. We've got the Eno ult coming on through, still from the side of Youth. All of the pressure turning on, forcing out Xuan into just placing away from the fight. Meanwhile, RW going for the 2 versus 1. Both the Hardy Ultimate and the Eno tracking down WFG's missed. 1 versus 3 situation. Xuan does not want to give a kill away to his opponents. Tries to use the Eno ult, go into the zone, but he gets caught out on the wall. And RW find the kills. You can still see, like, they're all waiting to find out, did we do enough to be able to break into top 4? Because for RW and WFG, it came down to the wire.
It certainly did. That could have been any team that they were fighting against. They didn't know. Nobody knew. But there you have it. RW getting the MVP for our 6th and final game of the day. Our 4 teams advancing into the next stage are decided. It was top 4. It was about getting there and staying there. Otherwise, you go home empty-handed. Go home and wait for the next time that you get to play, because it's not going to be over the next couple of weeks, because that's it. But it's not over yet for the LCQ, as there is a second day on Sunday. So all these teams who just qualified are going to do the exact same thing all over again in a couple days, just to have a chance to play in the grand finals 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, except then we introduce the likes of GG and WBG back into the mix. You can see FPX too, like they're devastated. They came so close, and unfortunately they just get caught in the wrong place. They get griefed by IG. To be honest, they see the Eno, they go for the chase all the way through like Horseshoe, get led through the zone, on in a position to set up to go for Ram of Yang. Don't get buff, get caught out by a team that does. Alliance more than happy to continue taking that fight because they have the exit strategy if they start losing players. Also, continue in the lobby. Getting one of their competitors out would be much more beneficial for them in the long run if they can knock a team out when they still have a million birds might as a buff. Like, for sure they will go for it, and unfortunately for FPX, they paid the price.
Yeah, they griefed themselves and griefed IG. IG, I think that's one of the worst ways to go out there. I do think, though, that they were in the wrong place. They should not have been where they were, you know. Even though the cave, you know, people fight there early on when the beginning of the game. So it's unlikely that there'll be people still there, but still, you know, if you know that, which is safe to assume, then you can probably guess that there isn't very much loot left there. So there isn't really all that much of a point of going. So I feel like IG made a pathing blunder, to be honest, but still, it's rough regardless. But there are our scores from our 6th game. RW with 14 points, Alliance with 13, WFG with 11, DRG with 10, FPX on 6, 521 with 3, and then SS1 and IG with 0. It's rough, but it was. The thing is, even though four teams aren't going through, it was still so close. It was still so competitive throughout the whole series. So I don't think anyone could be all that upset, as they gave it their all and they tried their best.
Ooh, 32,000 healing coming through from Yuan. That's group heal, I'm sure. Don't know if it's enough to get him the MVP, though. I feel like that might fall to AB, who comes through with 6 kills on the Hardy, 17.4 thousand damage, and 3 assists. Like, honestly, RW, they're just doing a very good job of using both AB and Youth's ult to be able to turn the pressure onto WFG so that they lose player after player after player, fully controlling the situation after denying them the opportunity to pick up the buff. And we can see just how close it was between all of those teams. FPX pushed out of the lobby early, unable to do anything but watch. 3 points behind WFG, who were the second last team left up. Alliance DRG slightly ahead when the round started, much more aggressive and risk-taking as well. Out of all of the teams for like second Realm of Yang, those were the two that fully decided to commit to taking it. We saw like 521 try to go for a loot grab, if you will, for the second Realm of Yang. No one else wanted to risk it, though. So we can see that both RW and WFG, they were all playing to avoid a Yang depletion situation. They knew how important survivability was, as opposed to trying to put yourself into a position to get punished.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Even though getting the Realm of Yang win is enormous. 3 kills, it's gold armor, it's everything. It's the buff. If you die there, if you lose, then it could just be over. I think it's too big of a risk at this point in the day with how close the scoreline is.
It's the difference between wanting to close out with an MVP and wanting to close out within the top 4. If you're wanting to close out with an MVP, you go Realm of Yang. If you're wanting to guarantee that you play for the best chance of survival to stay within the top 4 or break into the top 4, you let it go.
Yeah. I think 5-1, how we talked about it earlier when they went for Spirit Well, they wanted to wait and they wanted to snipe Realm of Yang without having to fight. Even though I was saying that it's probably worth it, it's probably worth it to avoid the fight and try and get it for free. I think in retrospect, I think they should have just gone for it. I think
kills.
They needed to.
They needed the kills.
Yeah, and not only that, but 5-1 is a really good dueling team. Even though they had a rough go of it in the martial arts at the beginning of the day, they've still proved themselves in 3v3s time and time again. So I think today was an outlier for them. So I think they probably should have taken it and tried to take advantage of their strengths. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of loot, it might have been for the best for them to try.
Well, AB does indeed pick up the MVP for RW on that Hardy, being able to, as we saw from those highlights, just put all of the pressure on those WFG players at the end with both the Hardy ultimate and that Eno ult at the same time. But we've got our top 4 teams that we'll be sending through into Sunday. I'm guessing that we're going to be hearing from one of them, as we'll be closing out the day after this interview.
亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张欣。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview, and I'm your host today, Yoyo. So, we invite Dongqing. Let's say hello to audience. 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是北京第2届的冬青。
再次恭喜冬青进入到我们今天的一个第一赛段的复活赛，获得了一个非常大的比分的一个胜利。So, what do you think was the single best thing you did today to get out of today's matches, like rotations and team fighting, or like your mentality? 也是想问一下冬青老师，觉得今天第2季做的最好的一点是什么呢？能让你们在复活赛的第一赛段去取得如此成功的一个原因是，比如说运营，还是说团战，还是说心态呢？
就我觉得我们今天做的最好的就是心态，因为我们前面失误很多，但是 都是还在互相加油打气，然后打到最后一把才拿下分差。
So I think our mentality is very important for us to get win in today's matches because although under like so high pressure, we still encourage each other and we can get a win today. So let's move to next part, answer for treasure. So today's question is, which hero was not used in Game 6? A is Hadi, B is 子平音, C is I know 1, and D is Zenda Wu. So the second question I'd like to ask you, we talk about your mentality today, and if the full mark is 10, please rate your mentality. 那么也是聊到了我们心态的一个问题。如果今天心态的满分有10分的话，冬青老师会给自己的队伍去打一个什么样的分数呢？
我觉得今天心态是满分
10分，非常的自信。因为还是像我们刚刚说的一样，我们有在互相的鼓励彼此，去让自己在比赛中更放松下来，能够有个更冷静的操作。So I think if the full mark is 10, I will give myself and my teammate 10 points of our today's mentality because I think we get the very beautiful mentality and very beautiful mindset to face today's matches. 那么也是进入到我们倒数环节 ，It's counting time right now. 让我们一起用英语倒数3个数吧。3, 2, 1. Screenshot and the correct answer is D. So the last question. Lastly, what do you want to speak to your fans today, especially those who stuck with you through every tense moment of today's match? 那么也是想问一下冬青老师，今天的赛事我们看到你们所有的发挥以及团战操作，无疑来说对所有的粉丝来讲都是有一个非常好的一个鼓励的，让他们能够继续的支持你们前行。那么今天比赛的最后有没有什么想对粉丝朋友们说的话？尤其是那些从这个赛段的这个赛季第一赛段一直关注大家走到这个复活赛的粉丝朋友们，
就大家好好吃饭，好好睡觉。
So I'd like to say eat well and sleep well. So good luck to you guys and looking forward to your next matches. 也是希望你们能够在下一个比赛中取得像今天一样如此成功的胜利。So let's go back to casters.
There we have it. Interview with DRG, the team that were able to come out in first place here for round 1 of the Trios LCQ. They, along with the 3 other teams, will be able to make it to play in Sunday. But Dunk, we've got the teams who were ranked 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th for the overall Stage 1 and Stage 2 total points combined, now meeting them. And I just really want to see how the comps match up. I'm so sad that we lost FPX because that means that we likely lost one of the Zenda compositions, but at the same time, I'm really looking forward to seeing if more teams pick up the Zenda V2 now that they saw what SS1 was able to do with it. Plus, we're bringing WBG back into the mix, which means that the Tesla Witch and Temi comp comes back into play. But now that we've got Temi being used with Zenda, is that composition going to get locked behind phases too?
Perhaps, or perhaps they created a new comp entirely. Tessa Zenda to Mulk or something silly is possible. Who knows? But yeah, I think Zenda, from what I saw today, is definitely, something that needs to be picked up. If at the very least you need to study up and look into how she's able to do so well. And what they're doing with her that's just that sets her apart. In trios, it's not always about this character's good. Let's play it. It has to be how well it works with certain characters. That's what the process is for creating new trios compositions. It's not just about one character being good. Like Lani was insanely good for such a long time in solos. But as an individual character, in trios, she hasn't existed because there was just nothing that went all that well with her. So if you can find something that goes really well with a character like Zenda, who initially on her release didn't really see any play, and now we're seeing her come into the meta, come into these games, we might see further testing take place before we actually get settled on a comp, because I do think she will likely become a staple moving forwards for trios. I just don't know with what, because we've seen Zenda with Shayol, we've seen Zenda with Monk, we've seen Zenda with a few different things. We've seen Matari today for the first time in a long time. It's interesting. Times are changing, and once the nerfs to Enor and Zipping come through, they're going to change even further. What do you want to see at the top of the meta, Moxie?
In terms, like, honestly, I hope that we don't get just like a full this is the be-all end-all composition, which then is used for both teams in phase one. I hope we get more of a 50-50 split, where it's more teams' personal preferences. As here you go, DRG, RW, Alliance, WFG will be moving ahead to Sunday. We bid farewell to FPX, SS1, IG, and VN521. It really did come close though. You can see like all of these teams in that last match, everything was up in the air. And the 4 other teams that will be playing on Sunday are GG, XKG, OUG, and WBG. So a very stacked lobby on the 3rd, before we head into an even more stacked lobby on the 17th, which mark it in your calendars if you have not already done so. That is when we have the Trios Grand Finals for the Spring Split. That is when TESR, YZG, and Wolves will all take to the stage to see if they can walk away with that trophy lift. And here you go. Here are your pre-post points. GG coming on through with the most, given that they were the highest in overall standings when we combined total points from stage 1 and stage 2. XKG following shortly after them with 7, OUG 6, WG with 5, DRG 4, RW 3, Alliance 2, and WFG 1.
Yeah, there you go. The pre-posed points. I think I like the new way that they've done this, because that's certainly not, a percentage of their points that they've accrued. It's just based off of how well they've done, and then they get a set number, which I think is an interesting and welcome change.
It's a fair way, I'd say, because like the chances are that you have a team come through, and then on like the pre-finals, which used to happen, they would put up like 60 points, and then they would slice that by 50% and walk forward with 30 points and be like 2 matches off of match point threshold. So yeah, I agree. I think looking at it from this perspective and just assigning pre-post points on the ranking that they fall into is a much fairer way, and also keeps it more competitive, because it means that even if you're comparing the person who comes in with the most amount to the person who comes in with the least, that's only a 7-point difference.
Yeah, which is one, decent game, one all right game. It's hard to really judge what's a good game, what's a sort of consistency game nowadays, because some lobbies, I feel, because based on from lobby to lobby, it changes as well in some ways, and like what a good game is for some is different for others. It also depends on your composition that you're playing, because I think if you're like getting 8 points on your hardy zipping Enor comp isn't as good as getting 8 points on not as good a comp, because it's just sort of there's a lot of relativity there. But I think it's I'd say about 9 to 11 points is like a good game, and then a really good game, a pop-off game, is around 15 or something like that, an MVP. But hey, we shall see. For now, ladies and gentlemen, it is goodbye from us. There is Solos LCQ round 2 tomorrow, so be sure to be back for that, and the Sunday last chance qualifier for trios, second day. But ladies and gentlemen, that is all from us. I hope you all have an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, everyone. We'll see you next time.